Hello everyone, welcome on into our robotics finale. We're about to start and finish phase 12. Yeah, so where we left off, the beans were en route back to Tanegashima to try and stop Misaki. But yeah, we're gonna go fix up first old big old robot, and then robot fight, I imagine, is the next step. There is a bad ending we'll be getting as well, because we might as well while we're here. And yeah. Anyways, I guess I'll get right into this, because I think I summed up where we left off fine enough. My face already hurts from smiling. Ugh. The aircraft approaches the skies above Tanegashima. The aircraft model has a maximum flight range of about 1,700 kilometers. The 1 comma, then space threw me off. It's a propeller plane, so I thought its range would be shorter, but it's actually more than enough. I figured we'd be landing at the new Tanegashima airport, but Dad announced we'd be arriving. We were headed for the old one. Why can't I speak? I suppose it saves us some trouble if we land there. But the old airport runway hasn't been used in over 10 years. Plus, there are no guidance lights, and thanks to the rain, visibility is poor. I told Dad that he didn't have to land there in these conditions. But according to Dad, there's been no response to the new airport's control tower. It's possible that something happened there. The decision to land at the old airport was made with that in consideration. Well, it's not like my opinion really matters here. I should leave this one to the professionals. Yeah, you should. As the plane prepares to land, we all sit down and buckle up. After Airi woke up, Akiho switched seats and is now sitting next to her, holding her hand to try and make her feel better. It's almost dawn. Tanegashima looks dark from up here, but it doesn't seem like the power's out. In fact, despite it being before dawn, there are lights on inside quite a number of houses. Misane. Are you down there? Everyone, please brace for impact. Outside the door, the ground is already drawing near. When landing at the old Tanegashima airport, you pass right over Nakatane. I can very clearly see the lights on inside of a bunch of houses. That is estimating the position of the runway using only those lights. If he crashed in the middle of town, it'd be a huge disaster. No, I trust him. I believe in my dad. It's then that the frame of the plane suddenly drops. Despite wearing my seatbelt, my body floats up in the air, and it nearly hit my head on the ceiling. Nah, that's the school! We're gonna crash! Oh dear. Yep, that sure is the roof of our school getting real close. Oh dear. The aircraft just barely glides over it. I have some bad news. Oh dear. It appears that due to a malfunction, the landing gear is not deploying. That's not good. Definitely not what you want to hear while on a flight. What? You've got to be kidding me. However, be at ease. I promised to get everyone to Tanegashima. And I'm going to keep that promise. That's what a man of the sky does. Is now the time to be acting cool. Uncle Shigemi, you've got this. Yeah, show us your Tanegashima spirit. You can do it, Tad. Please brace yourselves and protect your heads. Oh boy. We'll be doing a belly landing. The staggering impact explodes under my feet. The intense sound of metal scraping against pavement echoes throughout the cabin. If we overshoot the runway, there's nothing but a cliff at the end waiting for us. Will we stop in time? Stop. Stop! Kaido sound. The shaking stops. The engine stops as well, and the inside of the plane is blanketed in silence. We have arrived at the old Tanegashima airport 4 minutes behind schedule. Ojiramose, welcome to Tanegashima. You're out of your mind, Dad. Stop trying to act cool. Everyone, let's hurry up and get outside. This thing could very well explode at any minute. We disembark and make a dash for the hangar. Oh, there's a bunch of Twips. Hello. Twips, my friend. Mama is a murderer. That's all I can say. Akiho and Imisho. Heard the story. I'll be waiting at the hangar. If you post on that account, people are gonna figure out who you are. Now's not the time for that. Don't worry about nonsense. Aw. Landing soon. Did you get your account hacked? Looks like you grew up a bit, Asuku. That's cute. I think at this point it's probably fine to reply to Twips however again. No, only specifies first 3 phases. I don't care. It's probably fine. I'll go with, did you get your account hacked? Because it's funny. No, I got scolded. I'll persevere. Hidaka-kun forgave me. I'll be Hidaka-kun's legs. I have confidence in my stamina. I'm glad you're feeling better. You quit being a wimp. Had a girl. Let's see the real you. I feel like that one is the most Kaido response. Looks like we're arriving at the old airport. I will have balefires up on the runway to guide you. It's raining, but they should last for a bit. No problem. I believe in Mr. Shigemi. Blog updated. Another truth has emerged. There's another culprit behind the mysterious deaths of the gun barrel staff. After doing some research on my own, I found out something. With the state we are in right now, telling the police won't do anything. Rather, I think there are police covering up the truth about this conspiracy theory, so I've decided to report it here. I thought that 13 people died and Kurogane Minami fled the scene from the studio of the gun barrel anime, but I was wrong. There were 15 people at the scene, not 14. This is the truth I found in the past few days. This will put myself at risk, but as a journalist I'm going to publicly announce that person's name. His name is Hoshita Sakai. He was the CEO of Happiness for You at the time, and currently the CEO of the lease company, Hoshita. Also, Happiness for You was a sponsor for Gun Barrel near the end of the series. Hoshita has an executive named Morris Lebron, a former mercenary for Glory Air Service, a known French PMC. That very Lebron is the security guard for Mr. Hoshita. On the last day Kurogane Minami was seen on Tanegashima, eyewitnesses report seeing armed foreigners. From testimony, their attire matched the security uniform of Glory Air Services. Perhaps they landed on the island to search for Kurogane Minami. That is an overview of the information that I know now. After this disaster has calmed down, I plan to have an interview with Hoshita. Again, Kurogane is going crazy. What is Kurogane doing at a time like this? Is he stupid? Hey, that GS for real. That Kojiro Frau was talking about. Isn't that the initials for Glory Air Service? And FR means France, I think. The genius arrives. Is Kodekane-san tweeping because his certain the real culprit is the person named Hoshida? If not, it's defamation. Typical from him, but still. Hoshida is invested in companies called Taiyo Development and Commit. Both have made their way to Tanegashima. Are you Kojiro Frau herself? Did you move to Tanegashima to research your mother's disappearance? Speaking of happiness for you, the popular Kimijima-ko was a founding member. I guess he's the one who created Idoro. I heard that Kimijima-ko was killed 10 years ago in Tanegashima. Kogori Minami and Kimijima-ko both in Tanegashima. Seems like Kogori Minami was trying to meet Kimijima-ko, even though he was already gone in 2015. 2015 again. The Kimijima-ko went to Tanegashima because he knew the other face of Hoshita, but still got killed. Yesterday, I called the Kagoshima and Tanegashima police department before the solar storm hit. They both said that there were no research reports on Fudogori Minami. This is all Kurikane's delusions. Kurikane's actions are getting worse, but sure he's making stuff up. I don't think he'll ever do an interview. There's no way to book one in this disaster. Don't take Kurikane too seriously. I feel that the people bashing Kurikane is desperate. Maybe they're just undercover. I found a crazy article in Taboo. Man got stabbed at a restaurant located in Kabukicho, Shinjuku. Person that died is CEO of Hoshida Co. Ltd. Hoshida Sake, 46 years old. The suspect is Hiroshi Hamanashi, a jobless 24-year-old. He states his Pokecom told him to kill the man. Currently investigating Taboo News. Hey, is this hashtag Kurikane? Hoshita is dead? Seriously? When is this article from? Yesterday morning. So must have happened between midnight of the 26th and the morning of the 27th. This murder case was treated as a small case due to the solar storm issue. Wasn't this pretty bad? Hoshita was erased. High chance that Hoshita was erased. Tokyo locals are cray. This is like a drama. It feels like I'm in a movie considering the fall of Odaiba. Maybe what Kurikane-san is saying is the truth. But if Hoshita was erased, does that mean there is someone behind Hoshita? Maybe happiness for you? Must be related to Project Autumn. It's the Committee of 300. If we keep talking about this, we might be erased. Kinda scary. Oh, plant grabbing. I see. Mr. Candy carries Ivy on his large back. Hey, over here. Over here. Juno is there to greet us, waving a flashlight around wildly. She leads us into the hangar. Ew. Oh, it was crazy. Uncle Shigemi was so cool. And I do wish he'd take it down a notch. Speaking of Dad, he was last to exit the plane. He's currently standing in front of it, bowing his head in respect to the damaged frame as the rain pours down on them. Akiha-chan, Yoshio-kun, I'm so glad you're both safe. Whoa, what's with the married couple coming off Press-senpai and Yashio-senpai? All you normies should just go die. Nothing else. The two of you are awfully stubborn, I can read. 3 other former Robotics Club members are together in the hangar. And the custom Subaru's leg is covered in mud from the rain. Everyone. Akiho's expression is apologetic as she hesitantly looks at them. He gave her a little push from the back, and she almost falls over. She now stands before Juno, Subaru, and Frau. Akiho looks each of them in the eyes before bowing her head deeply. Everyone, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I couldn't protect Gumbill too. He's gone. Even though we all worked so hard on him. I'm so sorry. It's my fault for being selfish and bringing Gumbill 2 with me to Tokyo. Please raise your hand, Prez. You guys are still calling me that? But the robotics club is... it's gone. You're a president, and that's what I want to call you. I know I quit before, but is it still okay for me to call you that? Press Senpai is so serially serious. I don't recall ever quitting the robotics club, so I see no reason why I would not call you Prez. And you're still the president as far as I'm concerned. Everyone. Okay. Thank you so much. She wipes the tears from her eyes. And CT Robotics Club President, Senami Akiho, has returned. Jakin! And she makes her declaration. Akiho strikes a strange pose. Now then, I'll explain the current situation on the island. After moving over to the school, we spread out a map of Tanegashima and stand around it to assess the situation. And this feels kind of like a strategy meeting, huh? It literally is a strategy meeting, SMH. Did we really need to roll out a giant map? Yesterday afternoon, Tanegashima Space Center was occupied by an armed group. There were 0 casualties. Almost all of the workers managed to escape safely. And that's definitely a relief. However, there is one hostage, Chief Sanemiya. Dad. Furthermore, Furukore's house was raided at the same time the TNSC was taken over. Fortunately, Tenoji-san repelled them, successfully defending the location. My son rebelled in an armed group? Who is she? Don't worry about it. Why did they attack Frau Bo? For my incredible intellect. Too easy. Well, Frau is pretty famous. She's the most notable person in the robotics club. Additionally, my dad said he spotted a large army of giant robots flying off the Tanegashima coast. An army of flying giant robots? Please don't say you're hyped or fired up or whatever. Read the room. How can we win against an opponent like that? There may be illusions like the Grand Obelisk. I hope so. What's the evacuation status of the people in Minamitane? The JAXA workers and people who fled Minamitane are taking refuge both here, as well as the gymnasium near the park. When we got to the school, the gym lights were gone and I could hear a bunch of people talking. I'm sure Mom and Miss Senemiya are there. I should probably drop in later. Thanks. I've got a general idea of the situation. Right now, we need to think about what we can do without relying on others. We have a few ways to stop the enemy. For example, we could gather a bunch of semi-trucks and heavy weaponry from around the island, and have everyone hit the enemy with huge kamikaze attack. Huge. And there'd be casualties, but we could overpower them with sheer numbers. However, that's only our last resort. And we can't just ask everyone on the island to sacrifice their lives, even if it's to save the world. First, we go in as the initial wave. And that's what Gunbill 1 is for, after all. We gotta show the terrorists that Tanegashima has the robot of justice. And the problem is that we're dealing with actual terrorists. We could die. Nobody would blame any of you if you chose to back out now. Everyone, even though you'd be putting your lives on the line, are you still willing to stick by me? Everyone nods without hesitation. Alright, then Kai and I will fill you in on the enemy. The ringleader of the terrorists is Kimijima-ko. He exists in Iro as pure data. I gave Akiho a rundown of everything while we were on the plane coming home. He's trying to massacre all of humanity on orders from a group of shadow rulers called the Committee of 300. Now that they said this, I wonder if he's actually part of the Committee of 300 proper, or he thinks he is, like those couple of guys in Chaos Head. We don't know how many bad guys we're dealing with, but among them... There. Akiho chokes on her words for a moment. But she quickly looks around at everyone's faces and stiffens back up. Among them is my sister, Senamiya Misaki. The room is filled with gasps. Our goal is to defeat the terrorists and stop them from killing billions. Are you really okay with this, Akiho-chan? Akiho firmly nods her head. I'm going to stop Big Sis, no matter what. Faced with such grim determination from Akiho, nobody says anything further. Kai will explain the enemy's goal. You can only imagine he simply thinks so. Chaos Head was pretty sure to make it clear that actual members of the committee were effectively gods in terms of raw power. True. The enemy's objective is to launch the rocket currently assembled in the VAB. It's highly likely that the terrorists are loading a black hole bomb onto the hijacked rocket. Wait, black hole bomb? That goes far beyond nonsense at this point. My word. By launching and then detonating it in space, they'll create a magnospheric substorm. And that's Project Atom's primary objective. The details are as written in the Kimijima reports. If you want to know more, you can find them all over the internet. Feel free to give them a read. Additionally, Misane is likely piloting the giant hog. It looks like a spider with 6 legs. That matches the eyewitness info we got from the JAXA members. It showed up at the TNSC. I know I called it a hog, but it's fundamentally different. One of Exca's bigwigs gave me some intel about it. In actuality, Swada got in touch with me when I was on the plane. I have no clue how he got my contact info, but he sent me a bunch of top secret files from Exco. Probably Nia, to be honest. Detailed data about the Hug's weaknesses, spots likely to wear out, the works. And this Hug will likely be deployed as the terrorist's last line of defense. The Spider Hug is an Exco concept model. The Hug X02, codenamed Sumeragi. It's probably the second model. And the thing that attaches to it is apparently another concept model, the Hug X01, Kaminagi. Attaches? That's right. Maybe it'd be easier to explain if I said it mounts the spider. Kaminagi is 5.4 meters tall. It's about half the size of Model 1. When I saw it at the expo, I went offline without separating, so I don't know what it looks like on its own. Going by the data, Kaminagi is extremely nimble. It's even capable of full-on sprinting. The robot can run? Wow, that's incredible. It's not hovering or doing anything similar. No, it runs like anyone else. It also has a strong grip. And the file says that it has an accurate finger feedback. In other words, they can hold weapons. Is that so? Regardless, it should be limited to close quarters weaponry. There are no firearms in the world that are compatible with giant robots. Unless they specifically made one for this. In that case, the situation would be hopeless. Model 1 and firearms are like oil and water. What about the spider? The spider's equipped with missiles. It's like an actual weapon. It is a weapon. The concept model was built with military use in mind. Also, it has blades on its two front legs. And those blades are what destroyed gun builds you. And the spider can't be operated unless the pilot wears Kaminagi and boards it. The two of them form a set. So even if we destroy the spider, the other one will come popping out, huh? Yep, the one with high mobility, no less. So it's a Matryoshka doll then. I get it. No, not at all. Also, an Exco bigwig gave me another useful piece of information. I was looking into a way to get rid of Kimijima-ko. What? Apparently it's like a computer virus designed to erase him, so this is just data. An anti-Kimijima-ko virus, you could say. With that, it should be possible to get him to stop possessing Misane. We'll be able to return her to her senses. But Akiho doesn't look happy. Even if Misane does come back to her senses, it won't change the fact that she's a terrorist. But even still, if we free Misane for Kimijima-ko's curse, it will neutralize her. Naturally, that includes the Sumeragi and Kaminagi that she's piloting. Then, we wouldn't have to fight? Then how about we just go and see her after the virus is done? The problem is we don't know if we'll be done in time. Assuming that they're loading the VHB now, it'll be raining all day. Launch will be tomorrow. The weather report said tomorrow's gonna be sunny and clear. It's possible the anti-Kimijima co-virus won't be completed until after that. I'm starting to see several minimum conditions that we need to clear. First, we need armaments so that we can destroy Sumeragi. Second, we need the mobility to deal with Kaminagi's movement speed. Alternatively, it could boost Model 1's defense so that it can take Kaminagi's attacks. Model 1 Q was really slow, wasn't he? To a hopeless degree, yes. But its defensive capabilities are even worse. The thing might as well be made of paper. It's that bad? It's that bad. Even if you wanted to enhance its armor, there's not much we can do. We might be better off preparing disposable shields or something. But Gunpil 1 can't use his arms. We need to think about that too. We don't have the time to build decent functionality into the arms. If we focus on defense, how would we counter Kaminagi's mobility? What if we had Model 1 fight like M45? No matter how mobile the opponent is, we'll have to come close to attack. They have to stop moving around. What if we kept our movement down, hardened our defense, and waited to counter-attack? Would that really work? They only have to buy time for the rocket to launch. Right. They're on the defensive. We're on the offensive. If we wait for a chance to counterattack, we're just gonna stare at each other as time goes by. Oh, that's true. Jun-chan's right. We gotta fight if you want to win. Which means enhanced mobility is a must. And what's Gunpil 1's current status, Subaru? We've already started work on improvements. Whoa, that's fast. After hearing your speech, we got the gist of your intentions. Wait, you heard that? All of it. We've swapped out 2 of the leg motors with monopole motors so far. As far as I remember, Doc supplied us with 6 monopole motors as spares for the Model 2, or for use with Model 1. Clearly, I'm the master of foresight. Oh, come on, say something. Yep, a total master. I lolled. The old motors and monopole motors are the same size, so swapping them is easy. With our current level of manpower, we can do it in under 6 hours. Simply switching to monopole motors should dramatically increase the walking speed of prototype Model 1. But it'd still be really slow. Now let's talk specifics about how to improve Model 1. We don't have time to assess everything from scratch. It'd be in our best interest to utilize what we learned from Model 2. If we're focusing on mobility, we need to strengthen the legs and reduce the robot's overall weight. We may have to give up on the body's defensive capabilities. And things already paper thin, so that's fine. As far as strengthening the legs is concerned, we must consider other methods, aside from monopole motors. I suggest CFRP sheets, similar to the ones we utilize for Model 2. I believe they will be appropriate in order to increase strength. We should also discard the internal engine. That thing's crazy heavy. Plus it's loud as hell. Subaru nods at my suggestion. We'll remove the internal engine and utilize the same laser beam electrical transmission system as Model 2. We have a spare? I do. Doc enters the classroom with perfect timing. Grandpa. I heard you guys were over here. Doc, you really have a spare? I figured it could be used to improve Model 1, so I kept it in the back. That's awesome. You're the best, Doc. Are you even making a profit? I don't care about making profits. I just buy what catches my eye. Nothing more than that. That's so rock and roll. Sure it is. Feel free to pay me back later. Wait, we still have to pay? That's not rock and roll at all. You didn't have a laser gun mount I built to Tokyo, right? Didn't take the laser mount gun. You can reuse that. If we exchange the engine with a small battery, it should lighten the robot significantly. Good question about the laser gun mount. Can't we use that as a weapon? Good point. A weapon? If we enable it to fire freely, and have Stumpy gun barrel hold it, a deadly laser gun would be born, right? You said that it could kill people before. Could you quit it with the whole killing people idea? Mama was probably killed. So, what's wrong with that? The enemy is trying to kill 5 billion people. We might have no choice but to kill them. Which is right. I'd be making a big mistake if I went easy on Misane. We aren't murderers. I want to do this without taking lives, if possible. I know a big part of that is because she's my sister. But I hope you can I hope you all can overlook that. I'm sorry. But if we have no other choice... Makiho raises her head. If it comes to that, I'll... No, I'm the pilot. Without a moment's delay, I cut in. The situation comes to that, I'll handle it. Kai. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to bully Press Senpai. I just thought that we needed to be prepared for the worst. I know. Thanks, Probo. It was naive of me to act like we wouldn't have to consider that. Regardless, that transmission's gun's output is too low. If you wanted to pierce the armor on a robot, you'd have to focus on the same spot for a long time. It has less power than a welding laser. But if you want to kill a person, you just gotta shoot their body directly and just burn them to death. I don't think I want to do that. Burning Misanne to death with a laser? But I'm fully aware that now's not the time to say that. How about getting some bombs, sneaking over to the rocket, and putting them on it? And then we wouldn't have to, fight their robot, right? And that plan is nonsense. The rocket might have already have the BHB on board. If it accidentally got detonated on the surface, the entirety of Tanegashima would be wiped off the map. Huh? She really didn't think that the BHP bomb was already on the rocket, okay. I didn't know it was that dangerous. I'm sorry. Oh, Juna. And like I thought, Gumball 1 is our only hope. I'm not going to lie. Listening to that speech of yours made me groan. Robots of justice. Evil robots. Only you would use such black and white terms, Press. You're really thinking about good punishing evil in our current situation. You watch too much anime. Justice always wins. We basically got this in the bag. And this reasoning of yours is forced at best. If the world was that simple, we'd have achieved world peace long ago. I mean... Heck, Subaru! Stop being so condescending! But it's like the one thing it's good at. No, Akiho-chan. Calm down. Grr. Back to the subject at hand. Setting aside the issue of armaments, let's talk about potential upgrades we can make. Subaru has completely taken over. Despite calling her Prez earlier, is the one with whom it looks most like the president, especially to an outsider. And about hardness, the torso is hollow, and if the walking speed increases, could even tear off. To tear off? Should we reinforce it with chromoly steel? Much like a car? Chromoly, that's a fun word. Considering the time we've got, that seems appropriate. Plus, we can get some for automotive use right away. How about the cockpit? Should we go through remote operation? Everyone looks at me. Of course, you're the pilot. I guess they've all acknowledged me as the pilot, eh? You declared you're the pilot, like, come on, dude. Well, I figured that'd be the case. Leave the cockpit as is. That's risky, buddy. Wireless operation creates lag, after all. It may only be a few frames, but that's the difference between life or death for me. Plus, our opponent is the best in the world right now. She has much higher specs in projectile weapons. I need to get rid of as many limiting factors as possible. But if you ride inside, the chances of your dying skyrockets, Yoshia-senpai. Are you sure about this? It's not just enemy attacks you have to worry about. If you fall over during battle, that alone could kill you. And I have to do this. I have to be ready to die if need be. The lives of 5 billion people are in our hands, after all. No, that's not it. That's got nothing to do with it, honestly. I can't even picture 5 billion people. You know what, mood? Then why? Because if I don't, there's no way I can beat the best in the world. My opponent is Sonomiya Misaki. She's the wall that's always stood before me. My one true goal. So Kona-chan, can you load the kill ballot system into it? I only have the one I made for Model 2, but I can make adjustments. We can't use the posture control system as is, though. But we absolutely need that. Let's try and use as much for Model 2 as we can. Laser scanning for surrounding terrain analysis and action prediction navigation. We should be able to reuse those systems as well. I'll bring parts from my shop. You can pay up later. There. At worst, we might even have to update the system as it walks. And use 3D mapping to Iro, right? We should probably remove that. Right. Kimuji Mako's the man who created it, and we're off to go fight him. We can't trust it. Now we just have to figure out what to do with the arms. They're only decorative, so should we remove them? The brass doesn't understand things like that. The brass? June, you still have much to learn. And you can't take them off. Now's not the time to be concerned with appearances. I'd be so grateful if you could think that rationally all the time. What was that? Calm down, Aki-chan. About the arms, I got some stuff you might want to attach. I made it myself. Did you bring something, Grandpa? Wait, do you mean... Pile bunkers. Check out that shit-eating green. They ain't done with the final adjustments, but they're generally ready to go. And if you shoot them at close range, they should break right through the armor. Effective for close quarters combat, no? Are you suggesting we replace one of the arms with a pile bunker? That caused the frame to be unbalanced. It could tip over. If we're going to attach a pile bunker, we'll need a counterweight for the other side. I like that counterweight is a tip. Good thing I've got 2 of them. The return of the shit-eating grin. You built 2 of them? No, though. The other is still incomplete. It's about 80% done. Pile bunkers for both arms, huh? How about disposable shields, like Subaru suggested earlier? I think it's better to focus on offense over defense. But you got no way to defend against them missiles. Chaff, ECM, players, reactive armor. Man, now we have a bunch of tips, dude. And Doc, can you prepare any of... Of course I can't. How much do you think that kind of stuff runs? Alright. The difference in specs is pretty much hopeless. Fine, now let's think of a way to beat it. And if we can't come up with one? If we can't, then... Let me give up on fighting and just watch the rocket launch. No way! Damn straight. Make your decision, Aki-chan. Even if we have no strat, once the rocket starts being moved from the VAB, I'm going to challenge them in Model 1. You're just going to throw away your life. I can't approve of this. Even if that's the case, I have to try something. Fine. Even if we don't find a way to win, we'll sortie when the time comes. But I refuse to let you die in vain, Kai. We're going to keep looking for a way to win all the way to the very end. I know we'll figure something out. Lucky-Ho looks me straight in the eyes and makes her declaration. I force out a smile and nod. That's a satisfying answer. Everyone, I'm going to ask you again. Please lend me your strength. I know that our robot of justice will win at the end. So, I want everyone to think about how we can achieve that. I believe in us. Everyone present nods, and the strategy meeting comes to an end. Due to his leg injury, Subaru can't participate in assembly work. Instead, he's working on improving Model 1, which makes perfect sense. Frau is on programming duty, so she can't help either. Which means there are only 4 people on the motor exchange team. Me, Akiho, Juna, and Doc. Wait, that reminds me. Where in the world did Dad and the Nagafukatas disappear to? We could really use their help right about now. I gaze out the window. It's starting to get brighter outside. It's still raining, and the sky is concealed by clouds. But dawn is approaching. Even after dawn, the rain shows no signs of letting up, and there's a TWIP to look at least one. Things we do. Things that only we can do. That's what we're doing. Not yet. This won't end yet. Looks like a workmanship is going to be needed. My husband, son, and Akio-chan are all safe. Thank you to everybody who was worried. I will never, ever get lost. My flying was perfect this time too. Even though we're taking a different route than usual, I promise to come back to the island. This is my home. I promise that no matter what happens. Other than that, can you buy as many radish and taro as you can at B Coop? Goodness gracious, I spoil you far too much, my lovely wife. Regardless, copy that. Can't just be scared and evacuate. Gotta learn from my husband and kids. I know that it's technically protecting us, but it also forces us to work in this cramped hangar. Keep coming, keep coming! We support the servometer hanging from the crane and carefully insert it into Model 1's joint. Unfortunately, things don't go so well, and we're forced to have the crane come and go over and over again. The servometer finally settles in the right position, and we have to act fast to secure it. We use several thick bolts and electric nut runners, but 101's legs are incredibly thick. The joints require multiple large screws, or bolts. That's what connects it all together. To exchange a motor, the bolts need to be removed first, followed by all the leg parts. Specifically, everything below the ankles, the shins, the thighs, 6 parts in total across both legs. Each part is nearly 2 meters tall while lying down, and over 3 meters long. The secured in the crane attached to the truck Doc arrived in. The crane then lifts up the boltless parts. The motors are pretty big, way bigger than the engine inside a car. We have to be careful about our work, but we also can't waste too much time. With that in mind, having a crane makes a huge difference. We could never get this done on our own. And that said, of all people here, June and I aren't particularly useful. Which is why things have been pretty slow. It's also frustrating that no other work can be done until the motor exchange is complete. This is the first time I've actually regretted not helping out earlier. If I'm the one piloting this thing, I should be the one making sure it's in tip-top shape. I'm trusting this thing with my life after all. I can't win without it. I knew I'd have to mess with the settings a bit, but up until now, I've always thought that all I needed to win was my own ability. But now I know better. If I'm going to be the best, it's important that I pay attention to maintenance of the robot too. If only we had one more crane. Jin and I concentrate on tightening the screws. It kind of feels like we're the pit crew in a race or something. How many is that now? 5. Just 1 to go. We've got this. It already took over 5 hours to get this far. Just like Subaru said, this will probably take the full 6 hours. And we're not done after that. There's still lots of work remaining. I pulled an all-nighter, so this is getting pretty rough. I might not be in the best condition for tomorrow's. Twat? Is that how they really decided to put that? Damn. Akiho's foot gets caught on a cord. She falls over, taking the parts and metal plates in the area with her. Aki-chan, are you okay? No, I'm fine. Quit being careless and put some backbone into it. Sorry. No, it's been a while since I've seen Doc bark like that. Dog bark. That's what I was about to say. Which, you know what? Understandable. Have a nice day. Aki-chan, are you tired? You haven't slept, have you? If you push yourself too hard, you're gonna have another attack. You should rest. My pet got you, Kai. I can't rest now. If I don't do this, who will? But... Is that the VP? What's the meaning of this? I jump a little. I know the hysterical voice. The car, just there, peeking. What exactly is going on here? Oh no, the vice principal. Why in the world is she here? This is literally the last thing we need right now. Didn't I tell you all the robotics club is disbanded? Well, didn't we tell you that the whole world is in danger actively, so we need this robot right now? Actually, thank you. Vice Principal Isui, this is, an emergency situation. Whether or not it's an emergency, it's inconsequential. If you're going to use this place, you need to talk to me first. Vice Principal Isui, please overlook it, just for today. I swear, we'll explain it all later. Out of the question. Why do you have to be so goddamn stubborn? She pays no mind to my language and instead takes out her Pokécom, fiddling with the screen for a couple of seconds. Everyone, please sign here. She then thrusts her Pokécom toward Akiho. If you do not, you shall all be expelled. There may only be a few days until graduation, but that holds no relevance here. Damn. Cut us some slack, Vice Principal Isui. You don't even have the authority to do that. We're not going to listen to you. This is more important than just this school. Come on, say something. Or at least pretend to give a damn. Kai, wait. Akio stops me as she looks at the VP's Pokécom. VP Isui, what exactly is this? It looks like a club entry form.
Huh?
Huh? Say what? None of you have been affiliated with the club since the Robotics Club was disbanded last month. If you're going to reform said club, you all need to sign club entry forms. This may be an emergency situation, but you must still follow the rules. Otherwise, if something were to happen, the school wouldn't be able to take responsibility for you. VP Usui? Wait, what just happened? Are my ears busted? Nakihon, Juna, Subaru, and myself are all stunned. Valid. VP Usui is a real tsundere. Now hurry up and write your names, school years, and classes. All of you. Okay. Are you telling me she was actually a decent person all along? That was the thought that I was having. It's like, oh man, she's not being a bitch. Did you say something, Yashioku? He said the inside thoughts out loud. Not at all. She shoots me a sharp glare. She really is scary. Sorry for the wait for this Principal Usui. Michi. Michi suddenly comes running over. Where has our delinquent teacher been this entire time? Wait, it's not just him. Our homeroom teacher, Koba-san, the other teachers, and even the principal all pop up one after the other. They're all holding supermarket bags in their hands. And they're filled with drinks, pastries, rice balls, and more. Mr. Nakafukada, where exactly did you go shopping? Nishinomote? It was real tough getting them to open before business hours. Fine, fine. Just hand it over to the students. What exactly is this? Is it poisoned? Are you out of your mind? They're very clearly refreshments. Why does she have to keep getting so angry? The teachers lay out a blue sheet in the corner of the hanger and start lining up the refreshments they bought. Well, that's a lot. Senomiya-san, don't tell me you think this is all for your robotics club. You mean it's not? Obviously. These are also for all the students who volunteered to help. Huh? Volunteers? Let's just call this an extracurricular activity. That's a pro tip. It's awfully noisy outside of the hangar. I hear lots of voices growing closer. Our teachers aren't the only ones who've come. Nah, look at all those high schoolers. Outside of the hangar are nearly 100 students in raincoats. That's a lot of students. Hey, Juna! We're here to help. Juna's friends. Nah, this is gonna be a pain. But it sounds like the world's gonna end if we don't help. Oh, fine. Guess I'll help out. Robotics Club's giving it the role, so I guess I will too. All of my classmates who made fun of the Robotics Club. Ah, even a cast. Deca-kun is so dreamy. Let's do our best so that he remembers our names. It's so funny because they're just nameless students right now. Even some schoolgirls with some impure motives. And there's so many people. Over half the school, most likely. They're all students who volunteer to their own volition in order to assist you. They all understand their own way what's occurring on this island, and they want to do whatever they can to help. Everyone. Therefore, Sanemiya-san, Shuo Tanegashima High's faculty and volunteer students will follow your instructions as club president. Several large trucks come driving into the airport. What now? Ah, they finally arrived. Doc looks at the trucks in surprise. I read that in my head, but not out loud. Oopsie. I filled in all the workshops around the island. Kamada, Minato, all of them. I asked them to get a bunch of parts together and meet up here. Agio-chan, I'm here to help. We've got every mechanic of Tanegashima here, so there ain't nothing to fear. Familiar guys from the local workshops poke their heads out from the trucks, waving enthusiastically at us. Everyone. Old Man Kamada was the only guy who ever cooperated with us. The other workshops always kept their distance. And yet here they all are now. I think I finally understand how terrifying you really are, Doc. Shut it. Anyhow, big and small currents combined. We've got 5 of them. No more complaints, Akiho. Got it. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Nice, Emio. Mr. Candy appears at the head of a bunch of buff dudes, and they come marching in like some kind of mini parade. We brought a bunch of youngins from Nishinomote, and my own boys too. Wow, we're late. Following after them are a bunch of JAXA employees in their work uniforms. Nae-san is in front. Behind her is Harunaka-san, the guy who helped us assemble Model 2. Young and old JAXA engineers come running over with them. Everyone is super duper fired up and ready to go. They refuse to let those terrorists take over the TNSC, and they also want to save Chief Sanemiya. Please, allow us to help as well. Getting help from JAXA engineers alone would be a huge show for us, but it's not just them. And they're clearly elderly who work the fields, housewives, blue-collar men, and even loud children all gathered here in the rain. Kaido. Mother. It's Mom. And that's standing next to her. Mom, you're safe. Yep, I ran by the Sanemiya house and evacuated here with Tamaki-san. We're gonna cook you all up something really tasty, so go kick some butt. Mom then disappears into the crowd. Dad silently salutes me and follows after her. Dad. Subaru's very confused shout causes me to turn around. The very same man who punched his own son last summer is standing right next to Subaru, a sullen look on his face. I told you not to push yourself. Well, you do if you can't ever walk normally again. I'm sorry. You don't have to move a single step. I'll be your legs. Wait, you're going to help us? I want to see with my own two eyes this thing you said you love so much. Nah, character growth. Thank you. I never thought his dad would back down. But it's not just Subaru's old man. The VP too. And this is more than a little shocking. Hey, Kai. Everyone on the island is coming together as one. So many people are helping us protect this place. People we didn't get along with before. People we did get along with. Our families. People we've never met. Everyone's here to work toward a single goal. Makiho looks like she could start crying at any moment, so I give her a pat on the shoulder. Looks like we've become this little island's hope. Hope. We best make sure we don't betray their expectations. Yeah. With this, Tanegashima can fight on for another 10 years. Yeah, let's not fight for that long. Either way, this final battle is one that we can't afford to lose, no matter what. Oh boy, POV change. Oh boy, Misaki POV. And the rain and strong sea breeze collide with my cheeks. There's no point in trying to wipe off the moisture, so I just let it build. The wind is always strong in Tanegashima during the winter. The air temperature doesn't drop much, but thanks to the wind, it feels quite cold, especially on the coast. It feels really nostalgic. The sound of the winter wind, that is. I stand by the railing at the edge of the cliff and throw a bouquet of white carnations down into the water below. It doesn't quite fly in the arc I expected due to the strong winds, but it falls into the ocean nonetheless. You always did like white flowers, Misu. Never really fit you. I chose white carnations for that reason alone. Yurie Mizuka was the only person I could ever call a true friend. Here I am, home after 7 years, and I can't even see you. How incredibly sad. This is the place. And this is where she died. And that's what Michi said when he contacted me. If possible, I wanted to attend Mizu's funeral, but I couldn't. Hey, Mizu. If you were here, you'd probably be scolding me, just like you always did a long time ago. And that's why, to me, Losing Mizu hurts more than I can express in words. You would stop me. That's how I've always felt. Or perhaps, that's the very reason you died. I suddenly felt a presence behind me. A chill runs down my neck. Right behind me. At a distance close enough to touch me, I can feel their presence. But I know full well that even if I turn around, nobody will be there. Even so, I know that he's there. It seems the seeds you planted have grown splendidly. They're a little... no, they're quite a nuisance. I'm certain that I'm the only one who can hear his voice. Is he actually talking? Or is this all just an illusion in my head? Am I living for my will anymore? Or is it only his? I stopped caring a long time ago. But I know one thing for certain. I've been bound by the curse of this man speaking. You're right. They really are a nuisance. Is this what you wished for? Me? Do you think I saw this coming almost 10 years ago? If I could predict the future, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now. If they bother you so much, why not attack them with your army of flying robots? Oh right, you can't. They're just an illusion after all. He has a sick fetish for toying with his prey. That's the kind of man he is. Then I'll use Sister Centipede. She can do the work of an entire platoon. Be my guest. Then I pull a knife out from my breast pocket. I quickly try to thrust it into my own neck. But my hands stop. I can't help but click my tongue. I failed to kill myself yet again. These are my hands, yet they feel foreign to me. My body doesn't answer to me. Not even a single twitch. It's as if it's not my own. Even though it's right there, here. I can see that it's attached to me. But it's like it's just an illusion. You really are a persistent woman. Even though I told you it's useless. You'll be working for me until the very end. It'll be quite the headache if you ended up like Furugori Minami. Oh, I see. How many people have you possessed like this, cursing them until death? You're the one at fault, if you hadn't killed me back then. My hands, still gripping the knife, rise up on their own. I then gently throw the knife off the cliff. I gaze out at it. Why was I holding a knife? I'm not even sure why I just threw it away. It feels as if my memories have corrupted. I felt this numerous times before, this feeling like I've lost something important. And every time I feel like crying, but I don't know why, I ultimately shed no tears. I don't feel his presence anymore. I gently close my eyes. And the cold sensation of the wind and rain hitting my body, this familiar scent. I want to experience it all as Sanami Misaki for just a little bit longer. The sound causes me to open my eyes in surprise. Sanami Misaki. According to the latest information, the rainfall in the Yokoshima region will stop in about 2 hours. The 10% chance of precipitation tomorrow remains unchanged. I recall how Ida always loved weather reports. But how did Sister Centipede feel about them? What brings you here all of a sudden? Are you trying to comfort me? I have no such intentions. In retrospect, the day of the total solar eclipse when I met you was the beginning of everything. And that was already over 10 years ago. I just happened to find a new smartphone during the commotion of the eclipse. It had just come out and was fairly low performance at the time. Inside of it was Ida's prototype, still in development. After several days of talking to Ida and becoming friends, she told me that she had a master. It made sense that the phone I had found had her original owner. And since they were so expensive, I felt that I had to give it back. Following Ida's instructions, I found myself at Kimijima-ko's house in the woods. At the time, I had no idea that a year later, I would end up killing Kimijima-ko with my own hands. I was desperate. I didn't want Aki or Kai to die. I wanted to protect them. My cute little sister who always happily followed me. The total rascal of a young boy who lived near me. I loved every minute I spent together with them. The time I spent watching mecha anime with Aki. The time I spent playing fighting games with Kai. I truly loved every second of it. I couldn't bear the thought of losing those kids. But of all the people aboard the MF Anemone, Aki and Kai were the only ones left unconscious. They didn't wake up for multiple days following the incident. I couldn't sleep for even a second, so I just kept holding Aki's hand as tightly as I could. Please, God, don't let them die. Please let me see their smiles just one more time. I don't care what happens to me as long as you grant my wish. I'm fairly certain that's all I prayed for during those long days. Big sis. Aki. Thank goodness. Thank goodness you're okay. So when Aki woke up, gripped my hand, and smiled happily at me, I honestly thought that I'd be okay with dying. I had done something irreversible. I had killed a man. The police were going to arrest me. But I had no regrets. But a week later, when I returned to Kimijima-ko's house, there was no corpse. I knew for a fact that I had murdered him and left the body there. There were even bloodstains all over the place. But the corpse itself had vanished. 10 days later, it was located in a completely unrelated place. Unless somebody intentionally moved the body, that should have been impossible. It made the news, but even as time passed, the police never came for me. That's when I started to think. Perhaps the case would be left unsolved. Maybe the culprit would never be brought to light. Or maybe the person who moved Kimijima-ko's corpse would be charged with the crime in my place. Hey, Aki. Hi. I'm not a prodigy. I'm not a genius. I'm not a perfect person. I'm a weak, despicable coward who actually thought that I might get away without it atoning for my crimes. I don't know why I blinked on atoning. It was Kimijima-ko who saw that weakness in my heart and took full advantage of it. A month after everything happened, he appeared before me. At first, I thought I was just hearing things. But he appeared everywhere. He continuously repeatedly whispered in my ears about what I did to him, over and over again. All day long, from morning until night, then again the next morning. It wasn't long before I stopped being able to sleep. I quickly started losing myself. In retrospect, I was already under his curse at that point. When the Robotics Association got promoted to a club, I put distance between myself and the thing I started. I couldn't get involved with it. I didn't deserve to be affiliated with something built on hopes and dreams. I also distanced myself from Aki and Kai. After saving their lives, I felt I couldn't get them involved. I wasn't even able to consult my best friend, Nizu. I tried turning myself into the police, but nobody would believe me. They all thought it was some joke and laughed at me. During my second and third year of high school, I distanced myself from everyone around me. I isolated myself completely. I'm sure that probably strengthened Kimijima-ko's curse. And now, half of me has become him. The personality and sense of self known as Sonomiya Misaki is on the verge of vanishing. As I recall the past, I'm not even sure I'm her. This could be Kimijima-ko's personality thinking back on Sonomiya Misaki's memories. It may look like I'm acting according to my own will, but Kimijima-ko's will is always intervening, no matter what. Every time I attempted to kill him myself, he would stop me. And now here I am. No, I don't regret murdering him in order to save Aki and Kai. I have no idea if that event really happened or if my memories are true, but I regret nothing. That's why I at least wanted them to deliver me from all of this. Sister Centipede, you know Kai and Aki, right? Correct. Do you like them? Dislike them? Sister Centipede is not equipped with the functions necessary to answer that question. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sister Centipede was always cold like that. Then I release you from this burden. Before I lose myself, I need to do at least this much. I take out my Pokécon. Kimijima Report Number 0. An icon representing the original data is displayed on my screen. I was the only one. It was the one... Okay, let's try this again. I was the one who planted the Kimijima reports around the island. It was back when I was in high school. I even came up with the flags, just as Kimijima-ko instructed. One of the things that he planted inside of me. What you could call the origin of all of this. Right now, I choose to throw it away. Sister Centipede, go to them. You don't have to stay here any longer. You're free. Nochio, Sister Centipede. Without hesitation, I remove the icon. Once I confirm the data is gone, I breathe a sigh of relief. Sister Centipede will never appear before me ever again. Okay, Kai. Come. Hurry. I wonder if you'll be able to kill me. Such a thing would make me incredibly happy. Damn. The rain has stopped. But the sky is still cloudy, and the sun hidden behind them. We're still okay, right? They can't launch the rocket yet, right? I look up at the sky with unease. Some volunteers are risking life and limb to infiltrate the monitor the Osaki launch complex. All we can do now is wait for their report. I've been discharged from assembly work. Thanks to all the people helping, Akiho and Subaru ordered me to rest. They want me rest up and in top condition for the decisive battle tomorrow. And so I opted to take them up on their offer, but there's something else I need to do. Listen, we're in enemy territory right now, and there's TWIPs. There's so many people helping the robotics club. Nothing can get better than this. Why? Oh, that's your response to Akiho. No, Akiho. Misaki. Please come quickly. Ah. Yeah, listen, we're in enemy territory right now. We can't stay for long. I know. I get out of the car and reply. I asked Naya-san to drive me over to the old community center in Chikuoka Park. On a clear day, you can see the FAB from here, but the thick fog is making that impossible. Is Misanai over there? Is a black hole bomb capable of killing 5 billion people also there? I forcibly tear my gaze away. Wait, no. Minamitane is effectively a ghost town. As of this morning, about 80% of Nakatane had been evacuated. The rest are moving out under police instruction. It was never a town with that many people. Still, not seeing a single car on the way to the town office in the center of the city was chilling. I can't keep wasting time. When I open the backseat door, Irie gets out. Are you doing alright?
Hi.
Yes. When I asked Naya-san to take me here, Irie spoke up. She said that she wanted to take a look out at the island for the first time in 10 years. Considering that she had to be put into cold sleep, I assumed she was super ill. But honestly, she doesn't look that bad. That aside, I have something I need her to do. That's why I agreed to take her here despite the danger. Fortunately, we have Naya-san with us. According to Frau, she's supposed to be ridiculously strong. So, what do you think of the island after all this time? It's kinda nostalgic, but it's also really lonely. And there isn't a single person I know left here. But I guess I never really knew my mother and Kimijima-san. A decade is much longer than it seems. For example, it's possible that friends from kindergarten or elementary school are still around. But for Artie, whose time was stopped for a whole decade, they'd have 10 full years. They would be different people now. I'll take a look inside. Nice-san. Please look after Airi-san. I walk off on my own. The room at the far end of the first floor, the one with an electronic lock. The device inside the room is what I'm here for. The door is locked. It won't open unless you input the password. Irie's the one who taught it to me. Or was it Sister Centipede?
Hidden hand.
Hidden hand. Kinda sound. I'm surprised. I turn around to find Irie and Naya-san standing in the darkness. Did you follow me? I'm sorry. It's like really chilly outside.
Irie-san,
how do you know the password? It just suddenly popped into my head. But I'm certain I've never heard it before. Irie seems to be at a loss. She doesn't understand why she knows the password. Could Sister Centipede be around here somewhere? Last week when I left for Tokyo, I knew she was still operating properly. But for some reason, she stopped showing up on my Pokécom. It'd be really helpful if she popped up right about now. And that's something I wanted to ask her. In fact, I was hoping to fish out Sister Centipede by bringing Heidi here. Well, whatever. I need to keep my priorities straight. The inside of the room is unchanged from the last time I came. Electromagnetic wave irradiation device that causes monopoles to fall from the sky. It's still working. Which means monopoles are still falling on Ichiguoka Park.
それは
What is that? An electromagnetic wave irradiation device.
電磁波
Electromagnetic wave.
これで
This has been making the monopoles fall.
教えてくれてもよか
You
った
should have just told me about it.
万博が終わるまでは
I didn't want to
騒ぎ
create
に
any
なりたくなかった
turmoil
んだよ
until after the expo. I'll leave the women alone for a moment and stand in front of the device. It uses the large antenna outside to beam EM waves into space. I think that's how Sister Centipede explained it before. But I didn't really examine it in detail last time. I had no idea how to handle or operate it.
それ単体では役
And
に
it's useless by itself.
スロット
Will
に
not
専用
activate
の
without
カ
a
ートリッジ
special
を刺さなけ
cartridge
れば動か
inserted
ないだろう
into the slot. Intrigued by what Sawada told me, I decided to come here. I figured there might be a cartridge-like thing somewhere on the machine. I began casually tapping away at the icons of the display screen. It goes without saying, but I have zero luck, so I gave up on controlling the device via its screen.
何をしてるんですか
What are you doing?
ちょっと探し物
I'm
ね
looking for something. There's nothing like a window or anything below the display. Which means I can't see inside. I'm going to have to take this thing apart in order to figure out what he meant by a cartridge. Then in the darkness, I find what seems to be a button under the device. Just as I'm about to push it.
待ってください
Please wait. For some reason, Artie stops me.
装置の電源
I
を
think you should cut
切
the
った方が
power
いいと思
first.
います
どういうこと
Why?
あいえ
Uh,
なんとな
I
く
just
そう思っ
had
た
a
だけで
feeling. Well, she's right. It's common sense to make sure the power's off before taking something apart. I follow Artie's advice and cut the power. However, there's no explanation for any of the buttons on the display, so I have no idea what to push.
どれだ
Which is it?
これ
This one. And just like that, Artie is next to me. She reaches her white, slender hand out and touches my hand. I can feel her warmth through my skin.
実体が
You're real. Huh?
ああいや
Oh,
こっちの
nothing.
話
Just talking to myself. I smile and lead the display to Irie.
愛梨ちゃん
Irie-chan, do you know how to operate this?
電源を切るには
To cut the power, you push this button to bring up the subscreen. Then hold this button, big button for 10 seconds. already follows her own instructions. The light then vanishes from the device's display. The constant humming noise stops, and the room is blanketed in silence. I guess the power's off. And that went way too smoothly. I glance at Naya-san, and she nods her head in agreement. And looked to me like I already knew exactly what she was doing with that device. No hesitation whatsoever. She turned off the power without even thinking about it. There were the actions of someone who has been around the block dozens of times, not once or twice. Was this really the Irie who was asleep for 10 years? Or is she actually the AR Irie? Hell, this could even be a trap set by Kimijima-ko. But wait, she's literally just touched my hand a moment ago. I know I felt her. There's no way she's AR Irie. I don't understand. Why did I just do that? Morphogenic fields. I don't know. I already seems surprised at herself. Whatever. I can ask her about it later. I have already moved out of the way and try pressing the button on the bottom of the device. When I do, a tray comes slowly sliding out. It's hard to see in the darkness, but it's actually less of a tray and more of a circuit board. It's a little bigger than a Pokécom. Could this be the device's core? I still myself and try pulling it all the way out. Could this be the cartridge? Let's go back upstairs. I want to look at this thing somewhere with some light. The three of us return to the second floor. It's a strange feeling. It was only half a year ago that I first spoke to AR ID here. And now, the real ID is standing right in front of my eyes. ID appears to be having some thoughts as she looks around the community center. ID-san, you're from Tanegashima, right? Yes. Have you been here before? No. Because of my illness, I always stuck at home. My house is near the border of Nishinamoto and Nakatani. I barely ever came to the southern part of the islands. I already looked into the house where Yukifune already lived. Unfortunately, it's now an empty lot. Her house is gone. I still haven't found the right time to let her know. Earlier, when Airi said she wanted to go with me, I was afraid she'd ask us to take her to her house. I looked down at the circuit board in my hand. It really is just that. I don't know much about how these things are constructed, so I have no idea how it works. The Yama radiation device that Sawada gave me has a slot for something just this size. I put down the heavy knapsack slung over my shoulder and removed the device. And that's an NIV. You know about it? Yeah, at least a name. This is the first time I've seen one, though. A device that could show illusions to tens of thousands of people in Odaiba. If you can use this thing, we can totally change the tide of battle with Misane. I carefully aligned the circuit board with the slot entrance. It looks like a perfect fit. I'll try pushing it in. That's what he said? I don't know. I pushed the circuit board with a bit of strength into the slot. It doesn't catch on anything, and once it's all the way inside, it clicks. Alright, it's compatible. I'm in luck. So, can I use this thing now? Aside from the slot for the circuit board, there's no switch or button on the device itself. But I do have a little remote control that came with it in my knapsack. It's a simple controller, 2 square centimeters in size, with a single button on it. Pushing said button will likely turn the device on, and I can imagine pushing it again will shut it off. Will that make people see illusions? And not just that. It's possible there's another way of using it. I'll test it out when I get back to the airport. Now then. I put the device back into the knapsack and face Ayuri. Could you explain what happened earlier? About knowing the hidden hand password? She just knew, man. And how you knew how to shut off the device. Morphogenic fields, ever heard of them? Anything come to mind? Ayuri rubs her temples with her fingers, a confused expression on her face. I could hear Kimijima-san's voice. Huh. When I was alone in the hospital in Tokyo, I heard Kimijima-san's voice. He showed me lots of videos. I don't know if they were real, or if they were memories inside my head. I don't even know who films them. And then before I knew it, I was together with you in the airplane. Someone was whispering the phrase hidden hand in the videos I was shown. I've never been here before, and yet it feels like I've come time and time again. You mean like deja vu? Oh boy. I guess, yeah, deja vu hasn't been mentioned in this Science Adventure game yet. And I don't know. I don't think Ayuri's memories have been inherited by her. Those would just be ones and zeros anyway. So I want to believe that's not the case. Hell, Tadamichi remembers me giving her a kiss on the forehead through my Pokecom on Christmas Eve. I'd die of embarrassment if she remembered that. But something's not right here. Sister Centipede might know something about all of this. I beat up Peter O and survey the area with it, but there's no Sister Centipede in sight. Where could she have wandered off to? You don't remember what happened at Shofu Airport, right? I don't. Did I do something? Yeah. No, don't worry about it. If I told her she tried to kill us and then herself, and with a gun no less, it'd probably come as a massive shock. True. Anyway, let's head back. We shouldn't be here. Ayuri and I both nod and exit the building. And outside was... That's not good.
ドローン
Drones, we're surrounded.
動けば撃ちます
Move in, I shoot. That voice. Airi? But she's standing next to me, weirdly looking around with uncertainty. In that case,
ゲージねえか
is that you, Sister Centipede? I raise my Pokécom in the direction of the voice, the tower scaffolding. Airi, no. Sister Centipede, because they're wearing her usual fluttery dress, like on her head glowing. Airi looks at my Pokécom from the side, and her eyes widen.
私の
It's me.
繰り返します
I repeat,
動けば
move and I shoot. It would take less than 3 seconds to kill all 3 of you.
死にますカイト君
Kaido-kun, this is really not good.
見れば
Yeah,
わかる
I can tell. I never considered that Sister Centipede would be part of the enemy's forces. But this might actually be convenient for me. This increases the probability that Sister Centipede has the answers to my questions.
あのふわふわ浮いてる
Think those floating things are AR?
私の肉眼でも見え
I can see them with my own 2 eyes.
お台場でもそうだった
It was the same in
肉眼
Odaiba.
でも見える
Hundreds of thousands of people saw illusions with their bare eyes. Everyone was
まんまと
tricked.
騙されたそれと同じ
It would sure be nice if this was the same deal.
って思ったりして
But if that was the case, wouldn't Sister Centipede also be visible too? There's a bullet hole in the concrete wall.
本物です
These are real.
あそう
Ah, wonderful. Yeah, a little bit of wishful thinking. I didn't expect her to fire a warning shot, though. Sister Centipede's much more quick-witted than she used to be.
俺たちを取り囲んで
So, what's the big
何をしたい
idea?
わけ
Why'd you surround us?
あなたたちを排除する
Master gave me orders to
まさ
eliminate
にご
you.
命令です
Nicole. I'm going to get killed off before I even get a chance to challenge Misane. Give me a damn break.
だったら
Then why haven't you shot us
殺さ
already?
ないんでしょ
What? She's right. Is there a reason why Sister Centipede hasn't killed us yet? If that's the case, maybe I can work with this.
ゲージ姉に聞きたいこと
Sister
が
Centipede, there's something I wanted to ask you.
答えるつもりはあり
I have no intention of answering. But that doesn't stop me from asking.
お台場の万博会場で
Did you know that
スメラギが
Sumeraki was
遠隔操縦
remotely
されたこと
operated at
を
the
知ってる
Expo Arena in Odaiba?
スメラギはスタンドアローン
Sumeraki is a standalone
ハッキ
system.
ングはユース
It
に
shouldn't be
できない
hackable without a physical cable.
それについて知ってることな
Do
い
you know anything about that? An Expo Rampage likely wasn't Misane's plan, rather Kimijima Ko's as a part of Project Atom. In that case, Sister Centipede is working under him. She should know something. In fact, seeing as Sister Centipede is operating the drones, it's possible that she also remotely operated Sumeragi. Tell me, Sister Centipede.
君は勘違い
You
をし
seem
て
to
い
be
るようだ
misunderstanding something. It's him, the fucker. Kimijima-ko. It's all his fault.
君はプロジェクトアト
In
ム
the
の
Project
シナリオ
Atom
において
scenario, you aren't the leading actor. You were
名
merely
前
an
すら
unnamed
与えられて
extra.
いない配役に過ぎないんだ。あまりこんな場
I'd
所を
prefer
う
if
ろ
you
つかず
exit
に
stage right
速
immediately.
やかに
Didn't I
退
tell
場
you
して
that
も
in
らいたいんだ
Tokyo?
よ。東京でもそう言っただろう。
This man didn't exist. Misune wouldn't be an enemy.
ましてや
And now you're
僕
trying
の
to take
作
what
っ
I
たもの
created
を
without
勝
my
手に持ち去ろう
permission.
とするなんて。盗っ人武
A
田らしい
terrible
と
act from
は
one who claims to do
この
good.
ことじゃない。
Only a thief could be so bold. Makuyo wouldn't have had to suffer. Expo wouldn't have been ruined. A Model 2 would still exist.
僕のレポートを全部
You have
集
my
めて
respect for collecting all of my reports and dispersing them across the earth, Yashio Kaido-kun.
敬意を表するよ。ヤシオカイト君。だが、
However,
君は
I'd
ただ
like
の
you
使
to
いっ
realize
走
that
り
you're
でし
nothing
か
more
ないと
than an errand
自
boy.
覚しなければいけないな。
It's all his fault. I want to rush up to him and punch him in the face right this second. But I know I can't do that, and it pisses me off even more. I have no way to vent this anger. If I moved right now, I'd be pumped full of holes. 10 drones are hovering above Nae-san and myself. Their guns trained on us as they make eerie fan noises.
ゲジネ、
Sister Centipede,
なぜさっさと
why
処
haven't
分
you
しない？
disposed of them yet? I glance at Nae-san, hoping she has some kind of plan. But even she seems to be at her wit's end. Her eyes are darting around, just biting down on her lip, unable to move. Neither me nor Nae-san can find a way out of this. Is it hopeless? Is this the end? Without even noticing how panicked I was.
君島さん、
Iri calls out to the mastermind, a stern expression on her face. Well, more accurately, she calls out to the Kimijima-ko on my Pokecom screen.
君島さんは
Kimijima-san,
死んでい
are
るん
you
ですか？
dead? I was ready for this to be the end. But Sister Centipede still doesn't open fire. Like, does Iri not know that Kimijima-ko was dead? Did nobody tell her after she woke up from cold sleep?
君島公は死んでる。
Kimijima-ko died
10年近く前。
nearly 10 years ago.
そう、
And that's right.
確かに
I
僕
did
は死ん
certainly
だよ。
die. I was
殺
killed.
されたんだ。でも、
And it's thanks
お
to
かげ
that
で
that I
こう
have
して
attained
永遠の
immortality.
命を手に入れられた。もっとも、
Although,
それもあと
even that
数
may
日
come
で
to
終
an
わ
end
り
in
だ
a
ろう
few
けれど、
days.
僕は
I will be annihilated
僕が
by the
立
very
案
same
し
Project
実行
Atom
した
that I created and
プロジェクトア
executed.
トムによって消滅するんだ。宇宙から飛来
A
する
storm of
熱
heat
と
and
電
yam
磁波
plates
の
raining
嵐。
down on us from space,
それは
bringing with the deaths of 5
50
billion
億人
people.
に死をもたらすものであり、ネットワーク上に存
And as I
在してい
exist
る
on the
僕もま
network,
た
the storm will most
そ
likely
の
destroy
嵐
me
によっ
as
て破
well.
壊されるだろ
Who's insane?
どうして破壊さ
Why
れ
do
る
you
ことを
wish to
望
be
むんですか？
destroyed?
う。なんだって
Excuse me?
死に
Because
希
you
望を
wish
持っ
for
ている
death?
から
Because the success of
実験
your
の成功
experiment
が
would
嬉
make
しい
you
から
happy?
生きた
Or
い
do
と
you not
思
want
わ
to
ないから
live? See?
また
Again.
病院で再会した時
It
も
was the same when we
そう
met
で
in
し
the
た。
hospital.
私が眠りに
The
つく前の君
Kimijima
島
saw
さ
from
んと
before he went to sleep.
今
And
の
the
君
Kojima
島
song
さ
here
んは
now feel different.
違う気がします。今は
I don't feel your heart
Kimijima-sanの
anywhere,
心が
Kimijima-san.
どこにも感じられないんです。
his heart. The mastermind behind everything, Kimijima-ko. When I spoke to him at Chofu, his view of the world was far removed from many other humans. I couldn't understand him at all, nor could I think of him as a fellow person. My impression of him was an amoral man with a broken mind, a man who lacked the common sense and morals of a normal human. Is she saying that he wasn't always like this? Even before he died, he experimented with the lives of everyone aboard the MF Anemone. People like Akiho, myself, and many others. If Misane hadn't stopped him, everyone aboard would probably be dead. How the hell could the man behind that have a soul? You were a broken person even 10 years ago, Kimijima-san. All you thought about were experiments. But you were kind. I could tell that from your heart. I only ever saw you as a sufficient test subject. It doesn't matter how you saw me. When I asked you to put me to sleep, you struggled to do it for a really long time. I was simply choosing to think over the contents of the experiment thoroughly. Unfortunately for you. But you still hesitated. Yet right now, you have a goal, but there's no thought behind it. No reason. Reason, huh? Reason for executing Project Adam. It's true that it's still unclear as to why Kimijima-ko would try to massacre 5 billion people. Kimijima-san, why do you want this experiment to succeed? Why do I want the experiment to succeed, you ask? I wonder. I simply want it to succeed. It matters not if the experiment pertains to the genocide of 5 billion people, or making a single flower bloom. They're the same to me. So it's crazy. Got it. In other words, you're just a program. Perhaps so. I was constructed out of incomplete alpha data, taken just prior to my death. Didn't I tell you? It could very well be that there was insufficient data to perfectly reproduce the human known as Kimijima-ko. And be that as it may, I wouldn't call it a particular inconvenience. One might say I am not effective as a human being. However, that is nearly perfect for executing this experiment. Make the experiment succeed. Kimijima-ko's objective remains as such. Items such as reason prove unnecessary now. The Kimijima-ko possessing Misane is defective, huh? Like hell we can just let this thing do as it pleases. However, I haven't been able to stop sweating. The guns are still trained on us. By the way. Just then, Kimijima-ko's figure vanishes. It's instantaneous, like he was never here to begin with. Where did he go? Sister Centipede still doesn't move. And look around, but Kimijima-ko is.
君の両親は
Your parents have been dead for years. Oh, okay, that's for you. Shit. He's trying to possess Irie again.
やめろ
Stop! But my voice reaches neither Irie nor Kimijima-ko. Irie POV. Let's go.
知っていたかい君は両親にとって負担だった
Did you know? You're always a burden on your parents.
早く死んでく
And
れ
they
な
wanted you to die as soon as possible.
父親が逃げ
And
出
of
した
course, it was your fault that your father
もち
ran
ろん
away.
君のせいだよ当時
At the time,
僕は
I was on
君の
good
両親を
terms with your
懇意にし
parents.
ていてねいろいろ聞かせ
They
て
told me all kinds of things.
アイリには
And they said they were
うんざり
fed
だ
up with you,
そう言って
Heidi.
いたよ
Face tracking got weird there.
だから島から出て
So I asked them,
自由を
how
取り
about
戻せ
leaving
ば
the
いい
island
と
and
言って
reclaiming
あげ
your
た
freedom?
そうしたら
Do you know what your father
君の
told me
父
when I
親は
suggested that?
僕に何て言ったと思うありがとう
Thank you.
だってまるでつきも
He
のが
looked like
落
a
ちたような
terrible
顔で
weight had been lifted
僕
from
に
his
握手を
shoulders.
求めてきた
He
よ
even wanted to shake my hand.
君という面
He
倒な
must have been
娘
very
から
happy to
解
have
放
been
されて
relieved of you.
よ
His
っぽ
burden
ど
of a
嬉しかったん
daughter.
だろうねだから
Then I had killed
鹿児
him,
島の山
deep
奥
in
で
the
殺し
mountains
て
of
あげた
Kagoshima, and gone.
今も君の父
He's
親
likely still
は
sleeping deep in those
寒い
cold
山奥で
mountains, a
白骨
skeleton.
死体のまま
The
眠
police
っている
haven't
は
found
ずだ
him after all.
警察君がコールドス
In
リ
the
ープ
10
で
years you
眠
were
って
in
い
a
る
cold
10 年
sleep,
の間に
his body was devoured by
君の
wild
父親
beasts.
は
His flesh
そ
rotted
の体
away,
を獣に
and he
食い
was
散らか
reduced
さ
to
れて
bones.
腐り落ちて骨だけになっていったわけだよかったね
What a wonderful end
君
for
を
the
見捨て
father
た
who
父親が
abandoned
死
you.
んでもっとも
You never really cared
君
for
は
your
父
father
親
to
のことは
begin
そんなに
with.
好きじゃなかったねだったら
Does that mean you
彼
don't
が
care
どう
about
な
what
っても
happened
別
to
に
him?
どうでもいいかむしろ
In that case,
君
what
は
about your
母親
mother?
のことが
You
大好
loved
き
her,
だったよ
didn't you?
ね何しろ父親
After
が
your
いなく
father
なっ
left,
てから
she worked so hard to take
女手
care
一
of you
つ
as
で
a single
君を育て
parent
てくれ
after
た
all.
んだからねだから君は
I'm sure you found it
そんな
unbearable
大
how
好き
the
な
mother
母
you
親が
loved so much
自
suffered
分の
because
せい
of
で
you.
病んでいくのが耐えられなかったんだろう解放してあげ
You
たかった
wanted
ん
her
だ
to
ろ
be
う
released, didn't
雪
you?
船アイリ
From
ン
the
っていう
burden known
重
as
荷から
Yukifune Airi.
だから君はわざわ
That's
ざ
why
僕
you
に
went
頼
through the
み込ん
trouble
で
of coming to
長い
me.
眠りに
It's
つ
why
く
you
ことを
ultimately
選ん
chose
だ
to
わ
enter
け
your
だ
long sleep.
全ては母
It
親
was
の
all
た
for
め
your mother.
自分が
If
い
you
な
were
くなれば
gone, your mother
母
would
親
be
は楽
free.
になってくれるまったく
What an innocent,
いじら
lovely
しくて素
daughter
敵
you
な
are.
娘さんだでも残念だ
But I
った
regret
ね
to inform you.
君のお母さんは
After you went to
君
sleep,
が眠った
your mother frantically
環
tore
境
apart
欄
the
で
entire
島中を
island.
駆けずり
She was
回った
looking for you, of
もちろん
course.
君を探してね僕も聞かれ
She
た
even asked me if I had seen
娘を見
you.
なかったかとだから僕は答え
And so,
た
out of respect of your
君の
choice,
選択を尊
I
重
told
す
her
る
that I hadn't.
知らない誰も君の母
Nobody
親の
would
愛
pay
を
any
しなか
heed
った
to your mother. Everyone knew that she had lost
彼
her
女がお
mind.
かしくなってしまったことを知っていたからねでも母親は
Despite all of that,
それこ
your
そ
mother
取り憑かれ
continued
た
to
ように
wander the forest
森を
barefoot,
裸足でさ
as
まよ
if
い
she were
歩き続けたん
possessed.
だあんまりかわい
I
そうだった
pitied
から
her, so I elected to
僕は
give
助
her
言して
some
あげたんだ
advice.
曲げ島で見か
I
けた
told her
と
that a
漁
fisherman
師の
had
人が言っ
spotted
て
you
い
on
た
Magashima Island.
もちろん真っ赤
Of
な
course,
嘘だ
that was a complete lie. But your mother kept thanking me over and over again regardless.
でも
Everyone was against her going to the island. There's nobody there, they said.
あの
I'm
島
telling
に
you
は誰
this
も
for
いない
your own good.
悪い
Give
こと
up,
は
they
言わない
said.
からおやめなさいと誰も船を
Nobody
出して
would
あ
take
げよ
her
う
on
と
a
しなかっ
boat, so...
ただから彼女は曲げ島ま
She
で
tried
泳いで
swimming
いったよ
there. How truly
本当
amazing
に滑
or
稽だった
amusing.
母親の執
A
念と
mother's
いうのはす
persistence
ご
is
い
quite
ね
something, isn't it?
でも
But sadly, that was her limit.
さすがにあの距離は泳ぎきれないよ。
It was obviously impossible to swim such a distance.
君の母親
And
は
thus, your mother was reduced to
魚の
fish
餌になっ
food.
た。
Not fish food. Kimijimiko sucks, though. The fuck? Like, actually, the fuck?
骨は海の底に
Did her
沈んだ
bones sink to the bottom of the sea?
あるいは
Or perhaps she
海流に流
drifted
されて
along the
今頃は
vast sea of sea
太平
currents,
洋の方まで
placing her
行って
far
いるか
into
も
the
しれない。
Pacific.
どんな気持ちだ
I
った
wonder how she felt. Did she
溺
drown?
れて死んだのか
She did. It must have been quite
だとしたら
painful.
苦しかったろう。サメにでも食われ
Perhaps
た
she was
のかもしれない。
devoured by sharks.
だ
If
と
she
したら
had been eaten alive,
生きた
that
ま
would
ま
have been
食われるわけで
agonizing.
かなり痛いだろうね。
I mean... I don't know if the sharks would do that. You know?
誰も君のお母さんの
Nobody knows
行
your
方は
mother's
知らない。
whereabouts. Nobody.
誰もね。そうそう。
Oh yes, the house where
君
you
の住んでい
lived.
た家は
Your father's
君のお
relatives
父
sold
さ
it
んの
off.
親族が売り
It's
買
nothing
っ
but a
て
vacant
更
lot
地にし
now.
てしまったよ。さっさと家族
I hear they
三人の
quickly
死亡
submitted
届を
death
出して
reports for all
保険
three
金
of
を
you,
受け取った
so
そう
they
だ。
could collect the insurance money. Yeah, sharks don't generally hunt humans, and when they do attack people, they don't really devour someone alive. Yeah. Like, come on. Sharks always get in the blame for shit that they're not to blame for at all. Let the sharks live. Like, come on. We're just little guys. I don't know. I guess sharks are usually not little guys, actually. They're usually quite large. Anyways. Thanks, Jaws. Yeah, thanks, Jaws. Jeez. Someone needs to make a movie about how dolphins are assholes. They seem to be very upset about you suddenly reappearing alive again after 10 years. Actually, most sharks aren't super big. I guess, but I still wouldn't necessarily call them little guys. Reef sharks are very cute, though. And even gave doctors at the hospital money to kill you as soon as the chance arose. Okay. Why did you have to wake up? You should have just stayed asleep forever. You know, that's fair. That's a very valid expression with all the shit that bastard was saying. Ari is acting weird. I could barely make out what Kimijimiko was saying. But I know for a fact that he's destroying Ari's heart. Her eyes are wide open and convulsing. Tears fall endlessly from both eyes. Her face is sickly pale. Her entire body is trembling, and she continues to sob voicelessly. Just watching her in so much pain is making my heart ache. This isn't good. At this rate, we'll be repeating the incident at Chofu Airport. But with all of these guns pointed at us, neither Nae-san nor I can move a muscle. I should have never brought Airi here. Sister Centipede. Sister Centipede continues to watch us from the tavern. She hasn't moved the entire time. As long as Sister Centipede remains under Kimijimiko's control, I doubt she'll listen to anything we have to say. I can't come up with a way to simultaneously destroy all 10 gems locked on us. I still have a score to settle with Misane. Can't just die here. But I also can't leave Airi behind either. Which means this is war. It takes about 2 giant steps from where I am standing to reach Airi. You thought the game was about fighting bots? I mean, the game was never about that, but we will be getting to that eventually. You haven't really been paying attention too much. Noted. And that should be enough. And we'll let Kimijima-ko have his way. No, Kaido-kun. I turn toward Heidi. I lean forward and focus all my strength into my feet. Kill him. This time, I'm able to hear Kimijima-ko's voice loud and clear. Kill both of them. The drone's guns are already trained directly on me. I'm not gonna make it. I'm going to be turned into Swiss cheese before I can take 2 steps. But... Sister Centipede! Just as I lift my toes off the ground to take off. Not Sister Centipede begins to utter nonsense. What does that mean? The first step. It means goodbye. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Kill him. Simultaneously, the sound of gunfire rings out. The second step. My hand grabs Iridi's wrist. Got her. I forcefully pull her trembling body into my arms. All tension leaves her body. I got away unscathed, too. Not a single hole in me. Not Swiss cheese. You thought this was like a sequel to bot fighting when you were playing a little while ago? What? I wasn't playing a bot fighting one at any point. I'm confused, Aeon. I'm glad that we're both confused, Spooky. It's then that a violent blast of heat suddenly assaults my body. The 10 drones that were hovering in the air all explode one after the other. Friendly fire? Why would they? Were they acting on Sister Centipede's orders? Did she save us? Are you betraying your master, Sister Centipede? I won't tolerate such selfish behavior. This is a grave error. I must eliminate any and all bugs. But then why did you name her Centipede, huh? Huh? Eliminate? And Sister Centipede. I instinctively hold my Pokécom back up and watch Sister Centipede through the screen. Sister Centipede herself remains unchanged. In fact, she's just standing there, emotionless as usual. But the icon on her forehead is flashing violently. It's almost like she's about to die. You're... Still in my arms, Eri reaches her hand out toward my Pokécom screen. You're me? You're me. I'm glad that you are safe. Did you save me? Eri touches the monitor. She lovingly runs her hand across Sister Centipede through the monitor. I felt like we were
一緒に
together
いたような気
the
がしま
entire
す。
time.
はい、
Yes,
一
together.
緒。
Sister Centipede is no longer able to speak coherently. Now it's just speaking pretty coherently. Kimijimiko must be trying to delete her data. She could disappear at any moment. If Frau is here, would she have been able to do something about this? No, I get the feeling this would be too much for even her. Even though it takes an astronomical amount of time to create data, it only takes a few seconds to delete it.
ずっと
And I feel
見
like you're
守って
always
くれてい
with
たよ
me,
うな
watching
気が
over
するん
me.
です。はい、
Yes, always.
見て。
I move my Pokécom closer to Irie. Irie's fingers touch the icon on Sister Centipede's forehead. It flushes even more violently than before.
のっち、
Nochi, yo,
あい、
Irie,
ゲジね。
Sister Centipede.
ありがと
Thank you,
う。もう一
other
人の
me.
私。もっと
I wish we could have talked more.
したかったな。
Sister Centipede's mouth moves as if to respond, but her voice is already gone. Even then, she still attempts to communicate something. In an effort to not miss her last words, Irie holds her ear against the Pokécom. Just then, the Pokécom releases a blast of noise, much like it would after short-circuiting. Irie jolts back in surprise. And that's it. For just a moment, the Euro screen is filled with noise. And then Sister Centipede is gone. No matter where I point the Pokécom, she's nowhere to be found.
君島公も
It looks like Kimijima-ko is gone too.
命拾いした
And talk about
と
a
いう
close
ところです
call.
ね。
Naya-san breathes a sigh of relief while looking down at the remains of the drones. Aww. Ari clings tightly to my chest, just doing her best to hold back. Just crying while barely making a sound. My first thought is that Kimijima-ko said something to her. No, I was certain that was the case. He must have said something that broke her heart. I assumed she was in pain, sad and angry. But I immediately realized that's not what these tears are.
どうしてでしょう。
Why?
とても
Why do I feel like I've lost something incredibly
失ったよう
important
な気
to
がし
me?
ます。お父さんとお母さん
Not dad or
のことじゃ
mom.
なくて、
It's not them.
そうじゃなくて、まるで
It's like
自分の
half of
本
me
心
has
を
been ripped away.
引き裂かれたみたいな、そんな気が
But I don't know
したん
why.
です。
Sister Centipede had been watching over AR ID this entire time. She had done so in the same body, as an alternate personality. Perhaps for Sister Centipede, both AR ID and ID were one and the same. Another part of her that must be protected. Another part of her that must be loved. Oh no. Even more so than the very master that created her. Sister Centipede chose to protect the part of herself that she had spent so much time with. I don't know how she rebelled against her programming. Was it really just a bug? Or was there some other cause? I guess it doesn't matter. In the end, Sister Centipede saved the three of us. And that's the only truth that matters right now. Oh boy, Twips. Not to you, Heidi. I thought I hated cheats, but now I am the cheater. This time though, I'm gonna take that handicap. I didn't think there'd be a time that I would be teaching assembly to everyone, but I noticed I can teach. Looks like I grew up a bit too. Wall punch, 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 wall punch. You good, Frau? You scared me. I really thought my heart was going to stop. Don't make me worry. Started seeing some feathers inside Iroo. A lot of feathers were flying, and it was very pretty. She's good, just busy programming. She needs a little duck to squeeze. When I check in with Frau, she's furiously typing away at her keyboard. She's leaning into the monitor, quietly ranting to herself. Who does that guy think he is, making me use this thing? Ugh, table flip. Adults who look down on others should just drop dead. Are you talking about Sawada? Yes, that guy. What's with him anyway? Sending me some app to defeat Kimijima-ko. Like what? Just because I'm a shut-in doesn't mean he could look down on me. I'll never forgive him for this. By the way, I was the one who first received the request from Sawada, which I then deferred to Frau. So, what's that? It's basically the same as Iroo, apparently. It's a knockoff. It has a stupid long name too. Like, what the fuck? Stupid long, huh? What's it called? Frau brings her face close to the screen and reads it out loud. DG297 3rd edition version 4.11. That is pretty long. In my personal delusions, Sawada-kyun's already been ravaged like an old cum rag by the burly men here. Okay, Frau. He'd sure be vomiting a lot. He'd sure be vomiting a lot of blood, but that's what's so good about it. Huh? Am I dumb or does what I already said not make sense? Okay, I'm glad you're also seemingly confused.
Huh?
What? Okay, good. Not just me. What the fuck? After bearing witness to Irie's sudden interjection, it feels like time slows to her crawl, and not like the slow-mo attack kind. Irie looks clueless about what she just said. I see. 3D Irie-tan is just as corrupted as I am. Frau nods to herself, as if she's deeply moved, then forces a handshake with Irie. My truest of friends, I've longed for your return. I mean, like, a 2D character just materialized to 3D. This is what otakus have been dreaming of for eons. No time for food. This needs to be adapted into a movie. But nobody's eating anything. Anyway, since we're on the same wavelength, I'll be Irie-tan's owner. Frau. She's not a pet. Irie-tan, with the Genki-Kude X-Gun barrel ship, Genki-Kude would be the top, right? I'm sorry. Gun barrel is the robot, right? And Geki-kun is the pilot. And okay, you know what? Let's not think about this.
いえ頑張れる
No,
娘だ
I
と
think
思います
Gonfrel would be the top. Why are you entertaining this ship? Excuse me. We are not on the same wavelength. I refuse to be her owner.
いい加減に
Enough
しなって
already. I have no idea what you two are talking about. Good. I wish that was me, Kaido. I ain't calling both of Rao's pigtails. I hate that I can follow them. Me too. Ow, that hurts. Hurt me more. Rao's antics aside, I definitely saw a little bit of Sister Centipede in Irie's comments. Maybe some of Irie's memories did get carried over to her. Judging by how clueless she looks, she must be speaking instinctively without really understanding what she was saying. But right now, none of that matters.
で話は戻る
Back
けど
on topic.
その
What did you
DG
mean when you
なん
said
とかっ
the
てなかったらしい
DG
名前のアプリ
whatever
が
app looks
色々
exactly like
そっくりって
Hiro?
どういうこと
When I told Sawada-kyun that I couldn't trust Hiro as a means of communication, he sent me this app with a smug-ass look on his face.
それ使えそう
Think we can use it? I haven't checked it out yet, so I don't know. But if it looks okay, I may just have you all delete Hiro, install DG297 instead.
キルバラシステムにも
We might be able to incorporate the kill ballot system too. I'll give it a try. So, you here to talk about the URL?
そういうこと
That's
何か
right.
分かった
Have you found anything? I'm about to pull it out. Long story short, I asked Frau to look into the final piece of information that Sister Centipede left Irene. It was a URL of some kind. Said URL was super long, and it came with a password consisting of random letters, numbers, and letters. Amazingly, Artie somehow managed to memorize the entire thing instantly. What, is Artie Sigma or something? Sheesh. She opens up the URL. Oh, there it is. Wait. Isn't this Exco's cloud server?
クラウドだって
What? Not clearly Artie is Zero Jr. Wait.
あそこはクラウドはやってないって
Didn't they tell the
散々記
media
者
that they
会見し
didn't
てたじゃん
have one of those? Looks like they lied. The hell's this unit ID? Frau suddenly pulls up a scanned document with a confidential stamp on it.
何それ
What is that? It's a list of every manufactured Hugs unit's ID.
なんでそんなの
Why do you have something like that? But, you know, these things do their rounds underground. There's no such thing as taboo on the net. Too easy. But... Frau skims through the list and tilts her head. The IDs in the cloud server all start with HugX. But the HugX series doesn't exist on the market.
また
Wait, hold on.
HGX は
HugX is the
スメラ
coding
ギと
from
雷のコードレベル
Sumerage and Kaminagi. Oh. Of course, they're concept models, so their IDs differ from what's currently being used.
ね、つまり
Does that mean both Sumeragi and Kaminagi aren't standalone bottles, but they're actually connected online? Wait, then why did Sawada lie? And, this cloud server is pretty limited in scope. It looks like the only data I can exchange is info on Iroha. Let's see. Sumeragi's data. Fro opens the digital Sumeragi data that I sent to her Pokecon. She proceeds to read through it. Found it. It's capable of pulling up Iroha on the cockpit screen. They apparently collaborated with Happiness for You, so they could use it like this. Iroha is an app that Kimijima Co. created. This is no coincidence. This has to be part of the plan. I guess Kimijima Co. used the cloud in order to control Sumeragi. Were they bluffing when Exku said they don't use cloud servers? Sawada didn't know about this. Misane, Kimijima Co., and a select few are likely the only ones who know. Plus, Magiyan, the perp of last year's Robotory Industry robot uprising is still on the loose. Nah, he's dead. It'd make total sense if that was a rehearsal of sorts for Kimijima Co. That would explain the dead Cloud Ballad cheaters. Exactly. How dare he make a mockery out of fighting game players by messing with the leaderboards. Anyway, well done, Airi-san. Airi, you have been quietly observing until now. Where's an uneasy smile? I have no idea what's going on. But if I was able to help at all, it's thanks to Sister Centipede. This is info that Sister Centipede gave her life to pass on to us. We can't let that sacrifice be for nothing. If we run a virus through this thing, can we disable Sumeragi? Possibly. I don't know if we'll make it in time for tomorrow, though. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to hand this off to Sawada-kyun? If we run the anti-Kimijima Co virus through this server, we might see an immediate effect. Kona-chan, pass this info to Sawada. When we first got back to Tanegashima, we were at a huge disadvantage. But now, the game plan is slowly coming together, piece by piece. Misaki POV. The command center inside the central command tower has overseen countless rocket launches. It's the heart of the TNSC. This is where the main staff gathers to analyze conditions and ultimately make the go, no-go decision for launch. I sit on one of the chairs and stare blankly at the small toy. Think. I took it from Dad's office. Considering I'm the one who made it, I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I took it without asking. It's already been 30 hours since we occupied the TNSC. The BHP should be loaded and ready to go. Losing the priest hurts, but the 5 staff matters I brought for the launch are here, so it isn't a particular issue. We invaded with a low head count, so we could prevent intel about targeting this island from leaking up until the very end. The more people involved, the higher the risk of information getting out. Kimijima Co. hated leaks. He even kept the info secret from the Committee of 300, his masters, of the Tavistock Institute until the very end. It's working out so far. Wyvern, this is Wizard 1. Operation complete. Oh boy. I'm fight off my listlessness and stand up. Wizard, yeah. The preparations are complete. Today, the project will come to an end.
こちらワイバーン
This is
了解
Wyvern.
した
Roger that.
リミットは
Half a day until the deadline.
秋
Aki, Kai,
間に合って
please make it in time. And put an end to me.
そういうわけにはいかない。
That will not be happening. Someone's presence emerges behind me.
君には
I need you
彼
to
らイレギ
eliminate
ュラ
those
ーを排除してもら
irregulars
わないと。全力でね。
at all costs.
それが君の
That is your
最
final
後の仕
mission.
事だ。
Once that's done, you'll
そ
be
れが終わったら
released.
解放してあげるよ。この9年、
You've done a great job over these past 9 years.
その時には
By then,
50
5
億人
billion
が死んでい
people
る
will
わ
be dead.
結構なことじゃない。
And isn't that just wonderful? He's invading me. His presence is eating away at my body. He's poisoning my body and mind. My fingers and my arms stop moving. His will is consuming my consciousness. It feels as if dark, sticky tar is pouring into my bloodstream. Like countless parasites are wriggling underneath my skin. Like a molten steel rod is being jammed into the center of my brain. Like a giant serpent is wrapped around my limbs and violently tightening around me. It's disappearing. Whatever was left of Senomiya Misaki. She's being infected and erased. This curse is constraining me. Aki. Kai. I exit outside. The wind is still strong and humid. But the clouds in the sky are moving along. Through the gaps between them, I get a peek at the night sky beyond.
各員聞こえて
All
いる
units, can you hear me?
第1回
First,
Go,
go no
no
go
go
decision. Whether is a go.
Go VAB 開
Release the VAB.
射程への移動を
Begin
開
transfer
始
to the launch point. The largest door in the world is slowly opening. And from the darkness emerges a pitch black rocket. The devil spear that will open the gates of hell, burning the earth to ash. And soon, it will be launched from the most beautiful launch site on the planet. The mist is clearing, and there's twips to read. Just saw real Irony Town and healed up, functioning as intended. Sleepiness has blown away. Want to pull some dirty pranks, but kept it to myself. Umisho. You need to just rest, Kai. Your time will come later. Stay in the best condition you can. Don't let everybody's hard work go to waste. Counting on you. My robot better be perfect, Aki-chan. Right, I know. Yeah, I'll leave it up to you. I'll go with that one. Your robot better be perfect. Hey, it looks like something is happening in Tanegashima. A few hours ago, a local in Tanegashima was doing a Nico live. They were building a giant robot. Also, last year's runner-up, Sanemiya Akio and Kochiro Fao were seen together. What do you mean? The conspiracy theories moving toward Tanegashima, and I read. Wasn't Sanemiya Akio at the expo yesterday? A life-size gun barrel made by high schoolers will fight to save the world or something like that. Up to the capture image. That is the robot. Just saw it. But what is that paper... What is that? Paper mache? Are they playing around in this situation? What is happening in Tanegashima? The rumors that a black hole is going to appear in Tanegashima and the world is in trouble. Black hole, lol. Yes, lol. The world is in trouble, lol. I read a post that Jaxa got taken over. When I hear about Tanegashima. I imagine the committee of 300. Kurikane needs to fly to Tanegashima now. Haneda and Narita are both closed. No planes are flying. What are they trying to do with the paper mache? If the world is in danger, why don't they ask the police or self-defense forces, or even the U.S. Army in Okinawa? Ah yes, the old reliable U.S. Army. In this situation, I don't think any of them would listen to a story that may not be true. I fully support them because Sanemiya Akihel-chan is cute. Fair enough, I guess. I don't know. You remember the boy that was with Sanemiya Akihel Robo 1? As a person who is amazed by his operating skills, I want him to do a good job. I request a live broadcast, then I'll watch. It's no response from Sister Centipede. What does that mean? I didn't think I would get a request as Dash instead of Dash. It's been many, many years, but it seems it's time for me to break out the big guns. Oh, Dash was short for Daru the Super Programmer. This will be on the test. I'm so OP. Daru, please. Oh, Naya's in Tanegashima. She'll take care of it. I'll be alright, I'm sure of it. Oh, Kurisu. The sky is still dark. You can just barely make out the blood red aurora. Reporting in. Naya-san comes running into the hangar. She then calls out to everyone still working there. The rocket has begun moving from the VAB to the launch point. Estimated launch time is T-minus 8 to 9 hours. Naya-san's report causes everyone to tense up. This intel must have come from one of the JAXA employees hiding near the TMSC, monitoring the launch site. All of the JAXA employees, aside from Chief Sanemi, evacuated here safely, but a few brave souls volunteered to go back to the site for surveillance. Give us 1 more hour, we'll all be done. We'll be all done, rather. Akihachi-san, I need more of these screws. Where were the spares again? Furugori, how's the program coming? I'm on it right now. Worst case scenario. I'll update it while it's walking. Hey, I need about 20 male students to load the laser mount onto the truck. Why male students? Sexist. There are some people sleeping in the corner of the hangar who were unable to make it through the night. Older women are feeding all of us hot pork miso soup that they all made by borrowing the local joint's kitchen. Several cranes are gathered here at the airport. Along with the tons of cars parked in front of the hangar with their headlights on in order to supply lighting for the hangar. It's ridiculously early in the morning. And yeah, the once deserted airport is filled with people. I know this is kind of an inappropriate time to say this, but it sort of feels like a festival. Dawn will be here soon. The final showdown is approaching. Robotics Club, are we all here? There's a TWIP to check. Ah. Yeah, I guess they would change from you to O. Still wasn't expecting it. If we had another half day, it could have been better. Well, yeah. Don't have enough time. Gotta work it out somehow. Akiho is all pumped up after glancing at each of the club members gathered in the classroom. Heck, even I feel more focused after changing into my uniform like everyone else did. I wish we had a dedicated robotics club battle uniform or a pilot suit. We don't need anything like that. I guess you couldn't wear one with your leg, Hidaka-kun. No, that's not it. I just mean the pilot suits are skin tight. Subaru-kun, were you imagining the girls in skin tight suits? I was not. I'd rather focus on the boys' crotches. Surprising absolutely nobody. Kono-chan is the biggest pervert here. Juna going silent. Meanwhile, her pure-hearted Juna has turned bright red. That's probably the correct reaction. Alright, quiet everyone. Modifications of God Build 1 have been completed. I'd like to truly thank you all for all your hard work. I plan to say thanks to everyone who helped us out, but I wanted to say it to you guys first. She bows her head to us. Both Subaru and Juno look somewhat proud. Frau, meanwhile, well, she's fidgeting about as usual. I think we did everything we could with the time we had. All that's left is figure out how to fight and how to win. And with that, I'd like to begin the mission briefing for our Operation Take Back TNSC. Nai-san, the map, please. She spreads open a large paper map. Two of them, in fact. One is the entire island of Tanegashima. The other is of the Tanegashima Space Center campus. Nai-san, Michi, and Doc are also present at the meeting. I believe you're all aware of that the entire planet and mankind itself is at stake. And we have to do something about it. If we lose, 5 billion people die. On top of that, Earth will turn into a planet of death ruled by evildoers. This is a fight that we cannot afford to lose. But it's going to be okay. Justice is on our side. And it will win. Jakin! You guys can do it too, you know. And let's get down to business. Okay. Akiho's shoulders drop in disappointment for a moment before she recollects herself. I'll have Naya-san report the latest info on the Space Center. The enemy's rocket is currently loaded with the BHB. We'll be referring to it as codename Black One going forward. Black One is being fueled at Yoshinobu Launch Pad 1 at Tanegashima Space Center's Misaki Launch Complex. The estimated launch time is between noon and 1 p.m. There are 5 remaining terrorists that we know of. Naya-san captured the 4 that had raided the old airport. She tried to extract info from them, but they didn't budge. It's safe to assume that all of them are armed. The people who raided Kona-chan's hotel room only carried handguns. However, they may be equipped with assault rifles or sniper rifles as well. It seems that all the terrorists except for one are familiar with how to launch a rocket. Instead of preparing for assault, he must be focused on getting the rocket ready for launch. It's possible that they have drones too, but even if they did, they shouldn't be able to use them right now. So, our only real threat among the terrorists is one person. Tsunami Misaki, and her giant hog. Oh, that was Akiho. I saw nods firmly. I'm assuming lucky that my sister is on is positioned between LP1 and the VAB. The enemy's kingpin, Kimijimako, is already aware of our existence, so they'll be ready for our assault. Other than that, the Space Center should be empty. That's the current status of the TNFC, huh? These are the things that we need to be aware of as we make our plans. You handle things from here, Subaru. You're the one who put everything together. Before that, Yoshio-senpai, have you heard anything about the anti-Kimijimako virus from your ex-co contact? No, not yet. We might not have it in time. I see. Subaru doesn't back down, however. Judging by his response, it would appear that he wasn't expecting it to be ready from the start. In that case, I'll assume that the anti-Kimijimako virus is unavailable. First of all, I identified the following as our victory condition. Prevent the launch of Black One. We'll divide our forces into 3 groups based on this condition. Unit A will be the team operating Gunville Prototype Model 1. Super Gunville 1. Pardon? That's his name. Super Gunville 1. Subaru? What nonsense. But we don't have time to argue about this right now. Unit A will be the team operating Super Gunbuild 1, the CT Robotics Club. Unit B will be the infiltration team led by Tonoji-san. Unit C will be a trucking unit that will charge into the TNSC should our plan fail. Unit C will be on standby in the back during the mission. Assume we won't be using them, as we can't rely on their combat capabilities. Unit C will only mobilize if we have no means of which to stop the launch. If they do mobilize, we'll storm in from the west and north sides. It's basically a suicide mission. We have to try our hardest to make sure it doesn't come to that. Doc is going to take command of Unit C. Aye, you got it. As you can see, the mission will consist of mainly Unit A and Unit B. The CT Robotics Club, Unit A, which will raid the Osaki launch complex, is a feint unit. A decoy, so to speak. What? We're going to be the bait. Is that such a good idea? If we don't defeat Misane, we can't stop the launch. Let him finish, Kai. I shut up. Akio and Subaru must have a plan. I don't really care if I'm bait or not, as long as I get to fight Misane. I already laid out the conditions for victory earlier. Our goal is strictly to prevent the rocket from launching, not to defeat Sanemi, Misaki, and Sumeragi. Hence, Unit B and its 4 members will be the main unit in this operation. Maya-san nods vigorously. Judging by her response, she already agreed to this plan. The rendezvous with the 2 on-site personnel eyeing the Osaki launch complex and infiltrate the command tower. It's possible they'll run into armed terrorists. This includes Kimijima-ko.
大丈夫
We'll be okay. My people are extremely reliable.
乾さんと
Inui-san and Kondo-san are policemen, and Haba-san is a firefighter. They're as tough as they come.
一緒なら100人力ですよ私だって
Not to mention, I'm no slouch myself.
武器は
We have a total of 4 handguns that we confiscated from the terrorists.
乾さんと近藤さん
Inui-san and Kondo-san each have their police handguns.
あとは
We also have 2 submachine guns and 10 grenades we procured from a certain source. Aha. Right. What exactly is the source again? Don't worry about it. What an oddball. Once you make it to the command center, please shut down the rocket launch operation. This is how we win.
わかりました
Understood. Maya-san is almost too perfect to lead the infiltration unit. She has great combat skills, knows the TNSC facility inside and out, and she's armed. And since there aren't very many active terrorists on the opposing side, she won't be outnumbered. However, the hostage might be put in danger. Are we okay with that? The chief of TNSC, Mr. Sonemiya, has been taken hostage. If they find out about our plan, he could very well be killed as a result. We don't have time to discuss it.
アキちゃんはそれでいいわ
Are you okay with that, Aki-chan? Nakiho shakes her head side to side rigorously.
いいことなんてない
Of
よ
course I'm not,
でも
but we're not the special forces or the military. We can't come up with the perfect plan. That's why there are things we'll have to sacrifice in order to get this right. All I can do is hope that he'll be okay. Akio is obviously doing her best to not let her personal feelings leak out. She's biting down tightly on her lip, and her hands are clenched into tight fists. She's trying desperately not to think about the possibility that her father may be murdered by her own sister. Which is why I opt not to pry any further. Moving on. In order to avert their attention away from Unit B's actions, we need Super Gun Build 1 to make a huge scene. Super Gun Build 1 will march from the old airport all the way to the TNSC.
あの
Can we just bring him near the space center using the trucks?
ダメなの
Super Gun Build 1 can't stand on its own. If it gets attacked mid-transport, we won't have any countermeasures. Which means that we should just walk it all the way there. It may sound foolish, but since we have a good idea of when the rocket will launch, we don't need to rush. It'll serve as somewhat of a trial run. Furugori also hasn't finished updating the programming. Besides, if you make a show of our approach like that, they'll be distracted by Super Gunbill 1, right? It'll make it that much easier for Nai-san's unit to sneak in. The Subaraki is currently at the Osaki Launch Complex, but it may move up to meet us in combat. In which case, we have the upper hand. And I'll leave the TNSC practically defenseless.
ちなみに俺さ
By the way, I'm not planning to tie with Misane. I'm going to beat her. Will that be a problem? Think you have what it takes, escort. Doc has been patiently listening up until now. He has a big grin on his face. Not too shabby, kid.
そりゃどうも
Thanks. There's no problem with you beating Sumeragi.
カイなら勝てるよ。
You can win, Kai. Justice is on our side. I also believe that you can win. Huh. I also didn't expect Subaru to agree. I figured he'd tell me to quit dreaming or something. But of course, Subaru doesn't stop there. However, that is only limited to Subaragi.
何がいい
What are you getting at? The chances of you defeating Kaminagi are exponentially low. This is why I designated Super Gunbuild 1 as bait. It's right there that there's a hopeless gap between our basic capabilities. It may bug me, but I'm glad that Subaru is able to maintain his cool through all of this.
じゃあ対
Alright, so if we're dealing with Kaminagi, my skills as a pilot are going to be pushed to the limit. That in and of itself gets me fired up, so I can't say I mind too much. It is pretty annoying though.
改良した1号機について聞いていいかな
Let's talk about Model 1. How's it been modified? Subaru nods. Its legs now use monopole motors, so its walk speed is far faster than the originals, even if it's not as fast as Model 2. The biggest chance is that change is that we've removed its arms.
結局外したんだ
Huh. So you did lop them off. They were just decorative after all. The brass doesn't. You said that yesterday too. You removed the arms and attached a pile bunker, yeah? Correct. It's stock special build. Just one for now. It's on the left arm. The second one is still being tuned. It's not ready yet. We'll be complete in a couple of hours. What's done? We'll catch up to you by truck. We'll be equipping it on the way there.
できる
Can we do that? The attachments are pre-installed. All we gotta do is put it on. Of course, we'll require crane operation and professional operators. Right now, Gunbuild 1 is equipped with a sandbag to act as a counterweight to maintain balance. It looks crazy ugly. Its huge progress that Akihiko was willing to compromise.
一応角度調
We
整の
installed
た
a
めに
servometer on the
肩には
shoulders
サーボ
for
モーター
angle
を置きました
modification. But there are only 3 levels
調
of
整可能な
adjustment.
のは3段階だけです。下を向いた状態がデフォルト。
The default position is
射出後に
facing
巻き
down.
戻す時も
This is
こ
the
のポジショ
position
ンにし
you'll
ます。
return to after firing.
次が斜め40
Next is a 45 degree
一
angle.
応
This is
対
for
雷
dealing
を
with
想定しています
Kaminaki,
が
so we may not have a use for this. We'll see about that.
最後に90度。
Lastly, 90 degrees.
これは対
This is for
ス
fighting
メラギ用です
Sumeragi. Is there a limit to how many times you can use the pile bunker? It depends on your power supply. It eats up a lot of energy. It won't be a problem if power is supplied constantly via laser transmission. But be careful if you're operating on battery power.
レーザー光送電銃は
The laser gun will be
中
loaded
村先
into
生の
Mr.
軽トラに乗せ
Nagafikata's
てス
truck,
ーパーガンツク
which
1
will
の
follow
後ろをついて
behind Super God Build 1.
ですが戦闘中
However,
は
things
激
are
しい
going
動
to
き
get
が
rough
予想
during
されるので
combat, so please don't necessarily expect a consistent supply of power. Also, please keep this in mind if you're going to attack using the pile bunker. When you fire it, there's no doubt the recoil will bang up not just the enemy, but our robots too. If that happens, they'll be useless. Depending on the circumstances, you may only be able to use it once. Don't forget that.
なるほど。
Got it.
パイルバンカーは攻撃力重視に調整しています
The pile bunker is tuned strictly for
スメラギの
firepower.
装甲を破
However,
壊できるほ
it's
ど
not powerful enough to destroy Sumeragi's armor.
むしろ硬い
In
ところに当
fact,
たれ
if
ば
it hits somewhere
僕
durable,
の言う通り
Super Gun Build
こ
1
っ
is
ち
the
だけ
one
仕
that
上
will
げ
be
て使い物にならない
incapacitated, as Doc said.
スメラギの資料を見まし
I
た
looked over Sumeragi's specifications, so even if we took out one of its 6 legs, we wouldn't be able to stop it.
そのための6本足。
That's probably why it has 6 legs.
そして足があ
And
る
because of those things,
胴体
it
部分
won't be
には
easy to
簡単
launch
に
a
近
close
接攻
range
撃を
attack on
仕
its
掛けられる
torso.
ただし
However,
一つだけ例
there
外
is
があ
one
ります
exception.
雲で
Using a
例える
spider as
目玉
reference,
がある
it'd be where the eyes would be.
ここに FOS
The
が
FOS is located there.
フィンガー
The finger operating system, right?
そうです
Correct.
言ってみれば
In
6本
essence,
足を動
because
かす
the
ため
brain
の
that
心
controls
臓
the
です
movement of the 6 legs.
そこを潰
If
せ
we
ば
can take that out, we can incapacitate Sumeragi.
できますかかな
Think
り
you
細
can
かく
manage
狙いを
that?
定める必要
It'll
があり
be,
ますが
it'll require impeccable aim.
やるしかない
And
で
I've
しょ。
got no choice. I'm not in a position where I can choose whether I can or can't do. I just gotta do it.
問題は
And the problem is that Sumeragi has a projectile attack.
ミサイルをどう
We have to
防ぐ
figure out how to deal with its missiles.
それについてはフルゴール
Frutagori can speak to that.
アイリタンからもらった情
The
報
info we got from Maritan was super useful.
昨日
We'll use the DG297 app that Sawada-kun sent us yesterday. Everyone had already installed it on their Pokecoms.
以上です
That's all, folks. Questions?
ちょっとフラン
Hey, Frappo.
何の説
You
明
didn't
にもなって
actually
ない
explain
よ
anything.
つまり
Basically, we're gonna blind the missiles.
そのために
In order to do that, all we have to do is place geotags all over the Osaki launch complex. Will that be enough? DG297 is an app that was created to function like either O. You can see either O geotags as well as place them. We have Frau explain to us the effect that placing geotags has on the missiles. This method gives us the ability to engage in hand-to-hand combat without worrying about them. Much like Gunbarrel, we don't have any projectile weapons, but this should allow us to cover that handicap. Should be the keyword. This way, I can bust the FOS with a pile bunker and disable Shimaragi.
いけるかもね。
We may have a chance.
それなら
Looks like we don't have to worry about missiles hitting the Thunder Emperor.
それでも
Even without the missiles, it's not going to be easy closing in on Sumeragi. Makes sense.
しかも格闘戦に
And
持ち込んで
remember,
も
if you lured
向こう
into
には
hand-to-hand
前足のブレードがあ
combat,
る
each of the front legs are equipped with a blade. Those are what destroyed Model 2.
まあ、その辺は
Well,
俺の
I'll just have to
腕で
deal
なん
with
とか
those
するよ。
using my skills.
そんな簡単なノリで大丈夫なの
Should you really be taking them so lightly?
もしブレードをボディに
If even one of those blades hits Super Gun Build one's body,
ヤシオ先輩は
you're dead,
Shimasu.
Yoshio-senpai. A tense moment of silence.
そんなヘマをするほど
Come
俺
on,
は
I
下
don't
手くそ
suck
じゃ
that
ない。
bad.
それに俺だって
Besides,
一応
I have a
策を
plan of
用
my
意したんで
own.
ね。
策
A plan?
俺にはスローモン
I have a special ability I call slow-mo.
こいつ
For
は
those of
ま
you
あ
who don't know,
知ってる人は
looks like I'm
知ってる
having a
と
seizure
思う
when
け
it
ど頭にはおっ
happens.
さんに見えるからね。
Because you are having a seizure when it happens.
それが起きると反応
When
速度が
slow-mo
10倍
occurs,
ぐ
my
らい
reaction speed gets 10 times faster.
そいつを任意に
Thanks to this little device, I could trigger it on command. I pointed the EM radiation device sitting up by my feet. The circuit board I got from the old community center the day before has already been inserted. I tested it out on myself earlier, and it worked like a charm.
だから今の俺の
Let's just say my
反応
current
速度
reaction speed is pretty OP.
カイ
Kai.
まあそんなわけで
Anyway,
スーパー
I
ガン
can somewhat
の
cover
機体
for
性能の
Super
悪さは
Gumbo 1's
俺の
flaws
腕で
with my
多
own
少はフォローできるは
abilities.
ず。
Like Subaru said at the start, it should be enough to take down Subaragi. The problem is Kaminagi. If it gets deployed to buy time, then we're screwed. As far as the robot's raw capabilities are concerned, our odds are 0 to 10. We have no chance. And that's why I didn't object to Naya-san's Unit B being the primary strike force.
雷を引っ張り出せたとしても
Even if you manage to drag Kaminagi out,
無理はし
don't
ない
push yourself too hard, Kai.
向こうが時間稼ぎに
If they want to buy time,
こっち
we
も
can play that
時間
game
稼ぎ
too.
をすればいいそうです
That's right.
ロケットを
Leave the
打ち
heavy
上げ
lifting to me and my
私に
people.
任せてください
了解。
Roger that. That said, I'm not looking for a draw here. This is the fight to determine who's the best in the world. Isn't that right, Misane?
作戦については以上
That's everything.
じゃあ A 部隊
It's time for me
の
to
人員
announce
配
the
置を発表
positions
す
for
るね
Unit A. What?
スーパーガンツクワン
Super Gumbo
パイロッ
1's
トは
pilot will be Kai.
当然だよ。
Duh.
今回ばか
I
り
don't plan on
譲る
giving
つ
that
も
up
り
to
だし
anyone this time around.
その後に
Behind him will be
サンダー
Michi,
エン
driving
ペ
the
ラー
Thunder
を停止で
Emperor.
続いて
お
Got it.
電源車はサンダ
And
ー
the power source vehicle will be pulled by the Thunder Emperor.
事故
Mitsuko, you best drive smoothly.
分かってるって
I know, I
い
know.
つも言ってる
I
から
told you. I always
俺は
follow the
法定
speed
速度は
limit.
守る
That's
主
a
義なん
tip.
だ俺豆なそれとお前
Plus,
らの活
I'll
躍
be
は
live streaming this all over
世
the
界中に
world,
映像と
so I've
して
gotta make
し
sure
っ
the
かり
picture's
中継して
good.
やる
You're in good
任せたけ
hands. Michi likes to record everything on video, but I've never actually seen any footages taken though.
サンダーエンペラーの荷台に
The moment
レーザ
for
ー
the
送電
laser
用の
transmission
銃弾
gun
を
will
置く
be
から
on the Thunder
それの
Emperor's
操作
bed.
は順
June,
よろ
you'll
しく
be operating it. Osu,
振り落とされないように
try not to
気をつけ
get
て
tossed off the truck, okay? Osu.
フラウボーもサンダ
Frabo,
ーエンペラー
you'll
の
be
助
sitting in the
手席に座ってもら
passenger
って
seat of the Thunder
スーパ
Emperor,
ーガンツ
so you can
ワーク
update
システム
Super
更新
Gun Bill
を頼む
1.
ねなんだと
Excuse me.
プログラムに集中してもら
We'll
わな
need
く
you
ちゃ
to
いけ
focus
ない
on
でしょ
programming.
そ
Plus,
れ
you
に
don't even
フラウ
have
ボ
a
ー
scooter
原
license,
付免許も
Frabo.
持ってないじゃん座席が
It'll be your fault if the seat gets covered in puke.
先生の
My
運転は
driving
そんなに
isn't
ひどく
that
ねえって
bad. Yeah, it is.
こやつね
Haha, silly man.
僕とドクは
Doc and I
2
will
つ目の
remain
ファイ
here
ルバンカーの
to
調
finish
整の
tuning
ため
the second
ここに
pile
残ります
bunker. Right, meet up with us later. In charge of Unit A will be me, Sanamiya Akiho. Hello. Should I take that as a no?
ぱりダメかな
何言ってんの
What are you saying?
誰も異論はない
It
って
means
こと
no one
だよ
objects.
ま
Well,
一応
you're the
部長なんです
president, I
し
suppose. I'll let you have the spotlight this time.
指揮官は
I don't think anyone else can be the commander except you, Akiho-chan. A new archetype is born. Coolest commander-in-chief. I like it. Dude.
よろしく頼むよ
We're counting on you, President. Right.
じゃあエンジン
Okay, everyone. Huddle up. Akiho loves sporty stuff like this. Despite usually being annoyed by her antics, not a single one of us disobeys.
絶対に勝とうね
Let's win this thing with the power of our dreams, courage, and friendship.
じゃあみんな
Everyone,
一緒に
all together now.
中種ロボ部
See to your Robotics Club. Blast of Spirit.
よいら
Yorira Iki.
よいら
Well, that was a little embarrassing. But oddly enough, I think it helped us feel like we could do this. Frow's face, yeah. Let's look at some twips. And people on the island, thank you so much. You made it thanks to your hard work. We were able to keep going because you were there. Despite its bad shape and poor functionality, Super Gun Bill 1 is looking cool. Super Gun Bill 1 Kun is such a good-looking guy. You mean cute rather than cool, SMH. The model it was based off on was good because Kodogori Minami poured her soul into it. We will win this fight. Storm and Surge, Blast of Spirit, Gun Barrel. You have the weight of Space Caddy on your shoulders. Do your best, Robotics Club. Looks like they're going soon. I hope they're okay. I don't know the details, but the fate of the world is on our son's shoulders. Let's send him off proudly. There are times when boys have to fight. It's okay to read boys as men. I'm not ready to die, damn it. I and all the students will come back alive, so I won't prepare for my death. You gotta send him Misaki. UDA is really pissed at you in heaven. This is sad. Until a couple days ago, all the workers were excited about the first rocket launch in 5 years, but now we're trying to prevent it. But we'll not let them launch the rocket, and we promise to save the director. That is the will of the TNSC workers. By the time I got back to the old airport, the sky had begun to brighten. I got some time until Super Gun Build 1 deploys, so I headed onto the runway. I spin around in place and take a look up at the sky. Pretty soon, the morning sun will rise from the city side. I can't see the sun peeking out from the horizon. But the winter morning air is as fresh as ever. Maybe it's because of all that rain last night. Although it's a little chilly, breathing in the cold air calms my nerves. I place one hand on my hip and take a drink from a bottle of fruit sour melon. They don't sell these in Tokyo, so I was only drinking Skull when I was there. Akio was happy about it, but I was craving fruit sour melon the entire time. I took down the bottle, all while thinking to myself that this is kinda like my own personal Last Supper. It's then that I catch Akiho heading toward me from the hangar. Kai. She waves at me.
準備終わった
Other preparations complete?
もうちょっと。
Almost there.
そう
I see. Silence. The two of us stare at the eastward sky in complete silence. Akiho fidgets a little, telling me that she must want to say something. But for whatever reason, she can't seem to put it into words. I actually had something I wanted to tell her, so I opt to go first.
アキちゃん
Aki-chan,
これ
Here.
渡しとくよ
take this. I pulled out the controller for the EM irradiation device. But Akiho doesn't take it.
これ
If I press this, you'll get an attack, right?
そうだね
Yep, and
そ
that's
う
the
いう使い
idea.
方をするつもり
押せ
You
ないよ。
can't do that.
貝の発作がどれ
I
だ
know
け
better
苦しい
than
か
anyone else how painful your attacks are.
一番よく知ってるもん。
だからこそアキち
And
ゃん
that's exactly why I'm giving it to you.
アキちゃんだからこそ
I'm entrusting this to you, and only you, Aki-chan. I faced her and looked directly into her eyes.
アキちゃん
Aki-chan,
目をそら
don't
す
look away.
貝
Kai,
俺が押せって言ったら
when I tell you to press
絶
it,
対
you
にためらっちゃ
can't
ダメだから
hesitate, no matter what.
でも
But
約束して
promise me,
これはミサ姉に勝つ
I
ため
need
に
this
必
in
要
order
なこ
to
と
beat
だ
Misane.
アキちゃんは言ったじゃない
You
か
told me yourself,
ミ
right?
サ姉を
Beat
倒して
Misane.
俺はその約
I
束を
intend to
守る
keep that promise.
だから
And that's what you need to
アキちゃ
promise
ん
me
も
too,
ここで俺と
Aki-chan.
約束してくれ
Right here and now.
このボタンを押すことを
Promise
た
that
め
you
らわ
won't
ない
hesitate to press this button.
貝
Kai,
約束してよ
promise
頼
me,
むからさ
please.
出ないと
Otherwise, I won't be able to pilot the robot with any sort of peace of mind.
今までうちのこと
But you're the one who always says you have zero faith in me.
だから
Which is exactly why
今日
today,
初めて
I'm putting my faith in
Aki-chan
you for the very
信じる
first time. Akiko silently takes the controller.
ありがとう
Thanks.
ねえ貝
Hey, Kai,
無理だけは
just don't overdo it.
パイロットを貝にお
I know I
願い
might
したの
not have the right to say this, since I'm the one who forced you to pilot the robot, but
ないのかもしれないけどもし
If-
貝
if you were to get hurt,
怪我したらって思うと怪我だけじゃない
or if something even worse happens, I don't...
もしも
Yeah, I know. I might die. I can't bank on Misane taking it easy on me. The battlefield we're about to head into is in a playground.
もし
If I lose you,
うち
I won't be able to handle it.
決戦直前だって
Come
いうの
on.
に
This
部長
isn't
が
to
そんな顔
face
してて
the
どうす
face
る
our president should be making before a final battle. I know. Akihiko rubs her eyes and forced out a wry smile.
ねえアキちゃんさ
Hey, Haki-chan,
アメちゃんある
got any candy?
え
What?
アメちゃん
Candy.
もう
Jeez, Kai.
帰ったらあるよ
Yeah,
一個だけなら
just one. Akihiko smiles and pulls out a space candy from her shirt pocket.
ありがとう
Thanks.
後で返すよ
I'll pay you back later. I take it from her. And her fingers touch.
ああそれと
Oh, and
勝利の女神の祝
I
福
think I can get a
ってことで
blessing
さ
from the goddess of victory.
キスしていい
You know, like a kiss.
アキちゃん
Lucky-chan?
あ
No,
う
with
ちで
me?
いい
Are
の
you sure?
お姉ちゃんじゃなくて
Wouldn't you
うちで
rather have one from Big Sis? The one that might kill him? Probably not.
アキちゃんじゃなきゃ
It has to be you,
Yeah, no,
Haki-chan. While fidgeting and facing down, Akiho takes one step toward me.
じゃあ
Fine. Just this once. No. She looks up at me and closes her eyes. I can see that her lips are slightly trembling. She's totally nervous. That's adorable. Not that I can talk. My heart's pounding a mile a minute. I take Akiho's hand. And our lips meet. Just a light touch. The moment our lips touch, I can feel her hand tremble. But then she squeezes mine in return. We look at each other.
メロンの味
It tastes like melon. She says.
さっきフルーツサワ
No,
ー
I
メロ
did
ン
have
飲
a
んだから
fruit sour melon earlier. Kai,
かいうちね
like,
ずっと
for the longest
カイ
time
のこと
I...
それは
Let's save that for
戦
after
い
the
が終わ
battle
って
is
からにしよ
over.
う
で
Huh?
もそうすると
But that's a total
死亡
death
フラグに
flag.
なっちゃうよ
Death flag.
何それ
Are you kidding me?
俺が負けるわけないで
There's
しょ
no way in hell I'm gonna
俺を
lose.
誰
Who
だ
do
と
you
思って
think I
るわ
am? Unfortunately, Kai, that is also another death flag.
け世界ランク2位だ
I'm
よ
the second best in the world. Number 2. I know.
だったら
I believe in you. And at that moment, the dazzling morning sunlight pierces my eyes. And the sun has risen, marking the beginning of the day of the final battle. The rain clouds from the night before have vanished. Today's gonna be nice and sunny. There's no turning back. Everything will be decided today.
かい
Kai,
お姉ちゃんのこと
take care of Big Sis for me.
世界を救う戦いだと誰かが言った
Someone once said that this is a battle to save the world.
お前たちに全人
Someone
類
once
の
said that
希
the
望が
hope
か
of
か
all
っている
mankind rests on our
誰かが言っ
shoulders.
たでも
But
俺にとってはそ
I
んな
don't
こと
care about
興
any
味は
of that stuff.
俺は所詮
This is just to
自分の
satisfy
中
my
の
own
衝動を満たす
impulses.
ためのもの最強のライ
I
バル
mean, getting to fight your
このシ
greatest
チュエーショ
rival
ンで戦え
in
る
a
なんて
situation like
ゾ
this,
クゾク
it
する
really
じゃない
gets your
か
blood pumping, doesn't it?
もっとゆっくり丁寧に
それが不謹慎
I
だと
couldn't care
俺を
less if people
構
think
う
I'm some amoral
綺麗
asshole.
事じゃないん
I
だ
don't mince words.
興味があるのは
The only thing I care about is beating the number
全
one
国
player
ラ
in
ン
the
キング
world
1位のや
and
つを
taking their
倒して
spot on the top of the leaderboard.
全員一になることだけその先にあるもん
Is there anything you want to do after that, you may ask?
その先なんて
No,
何もない
there's nothing.
何もない
Nothing
ん
at
だ
all.
それでも
But despite that,
いや
or rather,
だからこ
because
そ
of that,
求
I
めるんだ
have to do it.
だって俺は
After all,
英雄でもなく
I'm no hero.
軍人でもなく
I'm no soldier.
ロボットアニメの主
I'm
人
not the
公なんだ
protagonist of some mecha anime either. Oh, yes, you are, buddy. Granted, the anime adaptation, but still.
電源供給開始
システムリンクオンライン
マイクテスト
Mic test. Kai, say something.
おじゃりもんせ
Ojorimose.
の
Nochio. He is in there, yep.
感度良好
Loud and clear.
全員一言ずつ
Everyone, say something.
テステス
Testing, testing. Us.
すごい
I feel like I'm becoming one with everyone. An auspicious wind is blowing, and with it is coming.
はいオッケー
Yep, okay. Thank you, Nai, for cutting her off. Who know what Prav was gonna say.
カイポケコンは
Kai,
有線
is your
になってる
Pokecon plugged in?
赤いケー
It's
ブ
the
ル
red cable.
とっくに接続
Way
済みだ
ahead
よ
of you.
っていうかなんで
By the way, why
Aki-chan
red?
一緒に
Got a new favorite color or something, Aki-chan?
通常の3倍
Because it makes it go 3 times faster. OS system boot complete. Terra stable.
うちの顔
Can you see my face?
バッチリと
Nice and clear.
各サーボホーム
All
ポジションの誤差は
servometers, less than
1%
%. Error from home position.
えっと
Electric supply systems. Normal. It says the power generator can run continuously for 13 hours.
連続で使えるって
That's a lot, damn.
それだけあれば十
More
分
than enough time.
各種アクチュエーター
Actuators all green. Gyro sensor. Auto balancer.
オートバランス
Both functioning
異常
correctly.
なしチェック9番から
Skip
16
checks from
番
number
の
9 to number 16.
おいおい大丈夫
Wait, are you sure?
見くびらないでもらえます
Can you
か
just trust me for once?
僕を
Who
誰
do
だ
you
と思っ
think
て
I
います
am?
ああ悪かったよ
Forgive me,
後
oh
輩
young one.
はい次
Alright, next. Activate DG297.
起動しました
Activated.
レーザースキャナー
Left and right
左右
laser
ともに異常な
scanners,
し
all green.
周辺マップ
Downloading perimeter map.
3メートル
3 meters, 5 meters, 7 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. Maximum range. The topographical assessment AI functioning properly. No problem. Everything's fine.
カメラテストどうぞ
Camera test time. Go nuts.
360度
Testing 360 degree camera. Kai, did you fasten your seatbelt?
もちろん
Of course.
シート固定解除。
Seat lock
くるくる回ればいいんだ
released.
よね。
I just have to spin around, right? Oh, that's cool. So you can actually physically spin, and then... That makes sense.
カメラ連動。
Camera link confirming.
目が回る。
Damn, I'm getting dizzy.
こっちもモニターで価格
I confirmed it on the monitor, too.
座標固
The
定スタン
coordinate anchor on standby. Okay.
ちょい待ち。
Just a sec.
調整完了。
Adjustments complete.
Deal.
Go ahead.
座標固定
The
来たこれ
coordinate anchor has arrived.
その変な言葉
Would
遣
you
い
mind not using
いい加
such
減や
weird
めてくれないか
expressions?
だが
But I refuse.
はいはい
Okay, okay, no fighting.
よしチェッ
Alright,
クは
all
以上
checks complete.
本日
And now for today's weather report.
2月
February
28日の
28th,
天気
2020.
予報をお伝えしますアイリ
Eh? Irie.
鹿児島県
Tanegashima and Yakushima.
屋久島地方
Kagoshima Prefecture.
北東の風
Northeast winds.
のち
Mildly strong
南
south
風
winds expected later
やや強
today.
く
Clear
晴れで
skies.
しょう波の高さ
Wavelength 1.5 meters.
最高
Air
気温
temperature
14
high of 14 degrees
最低気温
Celsius. Low of 10 degrees
降
Celsius.
水確率
Chance of
は
precipitation
10% となっ
10%.
ています天気予報
That's all for today's weather report.
貴重な情報
I
どうも。
appreciate the valuable information.
はい
No problem. She looks so happy about it.
これでロボ部員
That's everyone in the
全員
robotics
集合した
club,
ね
right?
できれば
I at least wanted to do a walking test if possible.
そんな暇はないから
But since we don't have time for that, we're going into this unrehearsed. You still up for this?
最初から分かってたことで
Please.
しょ。
We knew that was the case from the start.
今さらノーゴー
Now
だ
go
なん
and
て言わ
call
ないで
things off now.
コンディション
Condition. All green. The final call is a go.
カイ
Kai, do you see
ハン
that?
ガーの方
Over toward the hangar? Aw.
みんなが見送って
Everyone's
く
here
れ
to
てる
see us off.
学校のみんなも
Everyone from our school,
町のみん
the
なも
town, and
ジャクサの
JAXA.
みんなも横断幕まで作ってく
They
れて
even made a banner for us.
うちらロボ部に希
And
望
they
を託
entrusted
して
the robotics club with
見
their
送りに来てくれてる
futures.
ほら
Can you hear them?
聞こえる
頑張るんじゃぞ行ってこい頑張りなさい頑張るんじゃぞチェンナ今こそ勝て
ファイトお前は私の誇りだ
You can see that even Subaru's dad is there. Isn't that great?
カイ
Community.
必ず
Kai,
戻
let's
ってこ
come
よう
back
ね
together. No matter what. Fair.
さあこ
No,
こから
then.
は
This is where my game
俺
starts.
のゲームだ。だって俺は
After all,
英雄でもなく
I'm no hero.
軍人でもなく
I'm no soldier.
ロボットアニメの主
I'm
人
not the
公だ。
protagonist of some mecha anime either, except for you are, buddy. You are.
格闘ゲーマー
I'm just a fighting game player.
頑張れる
Gunbarrel,
Hashi!
launch! It's been about 15 minutes since I started walking. So that's how Gunbarrel's arms look right now. I had trouble getting past the narrow road to exit onto NH58, so I'm still lumbering through Nakatane.
カイ
Hi, how's it going up there? I face my Pokecom downward and see Akiho riding ahead on her scooter. The posture control system is properly identifying her as a frontal obstacle. I need to make sure I don't step on her. Yeah, please don't do that. My butt hurts. My shoulders too.
どうしてそんな喋り
Why
方
are
な
you
の？
talking like that?
振動が
Because the
半端ない
tremors
から
are
だよ。
ridiculous. Each time I take a step, the impact causes my butt to rise up off the seat. Then immediately slams right back down onto it. If I wasn't wearing a seatbelt, I'd be mincemeat.
もっと高級な
Can't we have gotten a
シート
better
にすべき
chair?
だね。
それ交換するのは
We didn't have
もう
time
間
to
に合わない
replace
よ。
it.
あ、そう。
Ah, awesome. I'm gonna get sick of staying here for too long. I've got so many hours on KB, a first-person fighting game, that I figured I didn't get motion sickness. But I don't know about this.
あと
Also, it's a bit hot,
冬なのに？
even though it's winter.
多分
It's probably
レーザー
because of the
高送
laser
電の
beam transmitter.
せいだね。
That makes sense, yeah. The parabolic antenna for the laser beam electrical transmission is right behind the cockpit. The laser has been trained on it this entire time.
でも
But,
間違って
there's no chance of it cutting into the cockpit by accident or
ない
anything.
から
焼き切ら
I
れた
wouldn't be
た
happy.
まらない
I
よ
wouldn't be real happy if it did. Just then, I happened to see the older ladies at B Cooper waving their hands at us. It's a little sad that I can't wave back. Don't worms. The auto balancers are operating normally.
モーター6個しかない
With only 6 motors, I can't exactly walk delicately.
覚悟は
I was
してたけどね
prepared for that. The image in my head from last summer's Bottle 1 test is still alive and well. Back then, all I could feel in the cockpit was the sound of the engine and the creepy grinding of metal. I didn't really feel the vibrations that much. So I guess I just assumed that it wouldn't be an issue in Super Gun Build 1. Turns out those vibrations have become my mortal enemy.
これだけ揺れ
With
てる
it
と
shaking this much, I could start making input mistakes. Model 1 was fine, because all I had to do was push a couple buttons installed inside of the cockpit. But Super Gun Build 1 is equipped with the kill ballot system. Just walking like this requires the constant input of the advanced command. God, I wish it had an auto mode.
今はまだ
It's fine right now, so they're just walking. But it's gonna be an issue when I have to face Misane.
なったらそうも言っていられなくなるのは厄介だね。
We're talking one of the most basic elements of winning in a fighting game. Thoroughly eliminating input errors. Super Gun Build 1 is the same in that respect. But the inside of this cockpit is hardly the best environment for that.
今からじゃ
It's too late to switch to remote operation now.
あ
Yeah, I know. Let a man grumble.
あ愚痴っただけ。
I'm gonna be walking to the TNSC for several hours. I'll just have to get used to the shaking with the time I have.
歩行動作をちょっと
I'll try adjusting the walk motion a little. I'll do my best to reduce the vibrations as much as I can.
そうして
You're
もらえ
a
ると
lifesaver.
助かる。
歩きながらプログラム
Everyone should know that updating the programming as it walks is impossible for normal people.
つまり
In other words, Frau-chan is a terror genius.
だから
Yoshio senpai, I'm expecting a 2-hour collarbone licking extravaganza after this.
何言ってんの
Mona-chan, could you not? Nah, then she wouldn't be her.
そうだよフラウ
Yeah, Frabo, you can't do that.
くねね
Grr.
じゃあ先生の鎖骨を
Then you could use my collarbone.
セクハラ
It's a sexual harassment sensei can drop dead. the fine women of the PTA will make sure you never teach again. Let's talk about collarbones and more adjustments, please. Poor Kai. I just can't help myself. Yeah. I don't think she actually knew it. Fred reluctantly says, before going quiet to immerse herself in her work. You're all so much fun.
面白い人たちですね
Nah, that's right. I already have been added to the Unit A team. She joined at the last minute, insisting she come with us no matter what. It didn't take long for Akiho to crack. She might actually be as stubborn as Akiho, despite her appearance. Heidi, if you're cold, you can trade places with Ralbo whenever you want. Heidi is sitting in the bed of the Thunder Emperor. She's acting as Juna's support. Okay, I'm fine for now. I see the Irei general store to my side. It causes me to remember Misaka-san, and my chest tightens up. I still need to deliver her last words to Misane. Naki-chan, we're going to just keep heading south on Highway 58, right? Yep, straight to Minimitane. Then, turn left at the Kaminaka intersection. Can this robot make it down the slope there? I'm kind of worried. I sure hope it does, considering how many hills are between us and the TNSC. Tanegashima may appear flat, but has a lot of minor ups and downs. I saw you open one of those fruit sour melons I snuck in my pocket. I drained the bottle with a single gulp. I still have 5 left, damn do. There's a knapsack at my feet. They're in there along with the EM radiation device. Actually, it'd be real bad if they leaked and broke the device. I hurriedly take the bottles out. But due to the vibrations, leaving them out of the cockpit causes them to roll all over the place. Hey, what do I do if I need to use the toilet? Super Gunbuild 1 is incapable of crouching down. Back at the old airport, I got into the robot while it was laying down. Dangerous, I know. There's a rope ladder in case of emergency. But you're not strong enough to climb that thing, right? Yeah, probably. And then you'll just have to hold it. Maybe you should have worn a diaper. I guess I'll cool it on the drinks. Super Gunbuild 1 nears its first real obstacle, the downhill slope by the Nakatani Community Center. Can this thing handle slopes? No problem. Everything's fine. The auto balancer and gyro are both working normally. It has wheels on the tips of the feet, right? Don't tell me it's gonna trip because of those. Well, of course not. I wouldn't make such an elementary mistake. However, stay at the minimum speed, please. Take each step carefully, thanks. And just keep in mind that if the robot falls over, you're not gonna come out of it unscathed. Be careful. I glance over at the shock absorber, or at least, that's what I like to call it, but it's really just a cushion haphazardly stuck to the cockpit wall. I'd rather not get turned to mincemeat. Despite my unease, I input the advanced command to proceed down the hill. I can hear the sounds of creaking metal beneath my feet. I could tell the servometers are spinning their gears as fast as possible. I know it's my choice to pilot this thing, but I can't help but somewhat regret my decision. Fair though. By the time Doc and I catch up on the car, Subaru Gunville 1 has already arrived in Minabitane. It took a little under 3 hours to get here. To think it'd take that long to cover the distance a car could travel in 15 minutes, or a scooter in 30. I knew this would be the case ahead of time, but man, we're cutting it close. Right now, Subaru Gunville 1 is stopped in the middle of the road. A large crane is sitting beside it as workers hurry to attach the second pile bunker. Before the robot left the old airport, the left pile bunker was already attached and tested. That leaves the right one. Doc's friends were doing the heavy lifting, which is way more efficient than us amateurs doing it. As expected, with several people working together, the process takes less than 10 minutes. Very impressive. Kai, it's attached. The press contacts Yashio-senpai via her Pokécom, is currently waiting on standby in the cockpit. Alright, time to reboot. The robot restarts. Yashio-senpai's Pokécom and Super Gunville 1's systems are synchronized. Reboot complete. There are more commands now. It's the same as Gunville straight, right? Got it. Nishio-senpai is able to follow Furugori's explanation with little context. Also, we included a little gimmick, just in case. What do you mean by that? You can only use it once, but once you do, the pile bunker will be useless. Make sure you got the timing right. So what exactly is the attack? The Gunville Anchor Strike. We're playing the same fashion as Furugori. Ta. Yashio-senpai grins like he immediately understands. Gunville's most powerful finishing move, the Gunville Ink Striker. I know Yashio-senpai will make good use of it. As far as I can tell through the monitor, it doesn't look too awful. I figured he'd vomited once or twice due to the shaking, but I'm relieved to see he's adapted. That's one less factor to worry about. I'll be joining you all from here on. Yashio-senpai. We'll also be testing the pile bunker we just attached. Doc is going back to the old airport with the others in the crane. They'll be forming Unit C in the rear. The workers leave us with words of encouragement as they head out. Alright, Subaru, we'll get in the Thunder Emperor. Sorry, Addy, but can you help him get into the truck bed? Okay, no problem. Yukifune-san and Daitoko-senpai both extend me a hand. With their assistance, I managed to climb into the truck bed. Subaru-kun, is your leg doing okay? Of course it's not. If I bump into anything, it hurts so much that I can barely stand. Case of points. What's wrong? This is bad. He bumped his leg against the gun mount. I think he fainted from the pain. I'm okay with you writhing more. I can use this for my delusions. Dude, Frau, please. Hidaka-kun, are you okay? I'll wait. Yukifune-san and Daitoko-senpai gently rub my back, but obviously that doesn't do anything to lessen the pain. It's the moral support that it's for, Subaru. Obviously rubbing your back is gonna help your leg feel better. I'm grateful, but I can't summon the strength to offer any words of thanks as I suck air through my teeth and suffer through the pain. Just use your guts and willpower to make it through. I doubt that's gonna help. Kai, I'll run the test in Subaru's place. First, from a standing position, try shooting the right pile bunker at 90 degrees. After that, we'll test it while walking. Jun, be sure to keep the laser beam aimed squarely on the antenna. Got it. Daitoko-senpai moves away from me and takes hold of the laser gun mount. Test firing the right pile bunker. Above my head, the pile bunker powerfully ejects from its cradle. man, that real coil is nuts. If I use the left and right ones in succession, are we sure the cockpit isn't gonna come off? Remember, attaching these things was our rush job. It's finally calming down. My leg is still throbbing, but I can at least talk. Doc made them on his own without thinking they'd be attached to Super Gun Build 1. Your concerns are completely valid. Well, is it really okay to use them then? That's what these tests are meant to determine. What will we do if we find out they're too dangerous? Come on, say something. I decided to answer honestly. It's impossible to make power output adjustments to the pile bunkers at this stage. Then why even bother testing them? To roughly estimate how many shots the body can endure, this must be done some way or another. No, makes sense. If we can figure out the limit, then we can use that as a reference for how to fight. Make sure not to hit that limit, got it? They were forcibly attached to what might as well be paper mache. There isn't much we could do about the attacks being life-threatening. But judging by the test just now, you won't have to worry about it all exploding after one use. Alright, resume the charge. When Super Gundle 1 starts moving, the small truck I'm riding in starts up as well. I look up at the robot's large back from the truck bed. I must see this through to the end with my own two eyes. No, I want to see it through. As one of the people who helped create Super Gun Build 1, and as a member of the Robotics Club. Kai, stop for a sec. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, because I need to save here. Now they're officially at the TNOC. Gotta make a cute little save, and also lock that save. Because we'll need that later. Possibly. Also, from here on, I've been instructed to save every 10 to 15 minutes. So if you notice me not save within the next 10 to 15 minutes and so on and so forth, call me out so I can save, just in case. Now Akio's orders. I stopped inputting the advanced command. My shoulders are stiff. And I've lost almost all sensation in my ass. Repeatedly inputting the same command for hours isn't hard, but the shaking is really getting to me. But finally, after nearly 5 hours, we've arrived. And the gate's open. The gate to the Osaki launch complex always has a guard. Entrance is forbidden for unrelated personnel. But right now, there are no guards. The gate is wide open. Up ahead waits Misane and Kimijimako. The rocket loaded with the BHB is supposed to be launched in less than 30 minutes. And that was 2 months ago. We were here building a Model 2. And then we got kicked out after it was revealed that the TNSC would be launching its first rocket in years. I never even dreamed back then that we'd be returning here like this. Talk about a twist of fate. To be honest, I'm pretty fired up. This is Tanoji. Nice-san, what's the situation over there? I've rendezvoused with the observers. We're all in position. Listen, we now know the specific X time. Next time is 12:27.
繰り返します
I repeat, next time is 12:27:00.
12時27分00秒あと30分ちょ
We have a little over 30 minutes left.
了解しました
Understood.
結構時間ギリギリ
Sounds
だ
like
った
we're really cutting it close. If we had spent even another hour on maintenance and refinement, we wouldn't have made it in time. We're also fortunate the enemy didn't attack us along the way. It looks like Misane and her team are focused on defending the launch site.
スーパーガンズ
And when Super Combo 1 enters combat, we'll charge in as well.
しますロボ部員の皆さん
Everyone in the Robotics Club, good luck.
ナイさんたちも
You guys be safe too.
大きいドーキー
Okie dokie. I take a deep breath. I stretch my arms out wide to loosen up my body. I bend and extend my knees in the narrow cockpit. Nobody said anything since Naya-san's report. Even Michi puts a lid on his pro lips. With a decisive battle ahead of us, everyone's probably nervous, doing their best to calm their hearts and minds. To be honest, I had kinda hoped some adults would step in and save the day. I mean, the military and the police exist for stuff like this, right? On top of that, Sawada never got back to us. I guess the anti-Kimijima virus didn't make it in time. Regardless. Out of everyone on Earth, the only people in any position right now to stop the rocket launch is us. We're the only ones who made it here. There's no turning back now. We can't stop here. There's only 30 minutes until that rocket launches, leading to the deaths of 5 billion people. In that half hour, the fate of all of humanity will be decided. We're cutting it real damn close. This is our last chance. But I couldn't care less about that. If I focus on that, I'll never be able to beat Misane. And I will defeat her. I'll become number 1. That's my one and only victory condition. Listen up, everyone. The first to open his mouth and break the silence is our very own delinquent advisor. Your teacher has a pro tip up his sleeve that'll calm your nerves down real quick. Write the kanji character for person 3 times on the palm of your hand, then eat it. And that's really not a pro tip. Either way, you better not moon us set out there, Yoshio. I'm live streaming this out to the entire world right now. We're getting flooded with messages of support, not just in Japanese, but in English, French, Portuguese, and even Arabic too. Can he actually read those languages, or is he just assuming? Wait, what? First I've heard of it. Anyway, what that means is that right now, the entire world is on your side. Makiho's expression grows serious.
みんな
Everyone,
準備はいい
are you ready?
作戦通りに
If you follow the plan, I know we'll win. We don't need words anymore. I can tell just by looking at everyone's faces through my Pokecon. We're ready.
アキちゃん
Naki-chan, give the order.
あきほちゃん
Akiho-chan,
部長先輩
Press Senpai. Press.
アキちゃん
Lucky-chan.
よーし
Alright, Super Combo 1, attack! As I advance up the gentle uphills, though, my field of vision suddenly widens. This is the Osaki Launch Complex, the place where countless rockets have been launched. Despite the absurd situation we find ourselves in with the fate of humanity on the line, I can hear the sound of waves in the distance. It's tranquil, with not a person in sight. Nothing has changed in the usual peaceful atmosphere of Tanegashima. On Launch Pad 1, Black 1 stands tall, set to launch in 15 minutes. It's much bigger than I expected. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've seen a rocket up close and personal. And next to it is a large black spider, the rocket's guardian, Sumeragi. It doesn't look any different from the one at the expo. Is Misane in there? I don't see any other people. Misane should have a few of her terrorist comrades left. Naya-san must be right, and they're focused on launching their rocket. In other words, if we defeat Sumeragi, most of our problems will be solved. This is a true 1v1. A classic fighting game matchup. Nothing. What's your first move? Allow me to warn you. Misane's voice echoes throughout the launch site. Big sis, if you advance any further, I will kill all of you. Kai, Aki, don't make me do this. Please, turn back now. No way! Lakiho shouts. We're here to beat you, big sis. We're gonna take you down and save you. Don't even try to get us to back down. In response to Akiho, Misane says nothing. Well done, Aki-chan. And now that's what I'm talking about, little Sunomiya. No, Akiho. We knew from the beginning we wouldn't be able to talk things out. That much was just made clear to us once again. Our enemy is truly serious. If we don't take them out, we're dead. Which is why I'm getting fired up. There's already adrenaline coursing through my veins. Everyone, stick to the plan. Me, Subaru, and Ari will neutralize Sumeragi's missiles. Michi, keep hidden between Super Gumball 1. Keep the Thunder Emperor away from the missiles. I'll drive nice and safe. Leave it to me. June, use the laser mount to keep supplying power to the robot. Things are gonna get intense, so good luck. Asu. Kai, the longer the fight drags on, the more of a disadvantage we're at. We only have one chance. Got it. I still have the space candy I got from Akiho before we left today. I'd kept it in my pocket the whole time. I take the wrapper off and pop it into my mouth. The refreshing mint flavor flows up through my nose, stimulating my brain. Combat mode. I shut out all its distractions. I focus all 5 of my senses on the monitor in front of me. Everyone, we're all going home together, no matter what. Commence the operation. Hell yeah. Let's do this. Tajin. Round 1. Fight! Input the advanced command. Super Gumball 1 takes a single step toward the black spider. It instantly responds. Its 6 legs shake and start to wriggle. Looks like she's ready to meet us in combat. Kai, don't stop no matter what happens. Just close the distance. Not that I need to be told. Sorry. The only thing I see now is the spider Misane is riding. The missile pod comes sliding out from the spider's torso. It really does have missiles.
ミサイル来るぞ
Here they come! Super Gunbuild 1 is unarmed. If I take a direct hit, I'll get one shot. Nevertheless, I input the advanced command. The missiles spew flames behind them. Misane starts by firing too. They're heading right for me. A direct course, but
止まるかよ
I'm not stopping for anything. I continue to move forward. The moment I take another step, the two missiles suddenly change direction. The robot's frame shakes from the shockwave of the blast.
おっと
Whoa. I almost dropped my Pokécom on the floor. If I break the screen, then it's all over. As for the missiles, they collided with the wrong targets. One hit a nearby embankment, the other a building. The AR decoy seemed to be working. Alright, everyone, keep sticking geotags everywhere. I could tell just by looking at the screen. New geotags are being stuck in real time all over the Osaki launch complex. 10, 20, 30. After just a brief amount of lag. Each geotag spawns a gun barrel the same size as Super Gunbuild 1. The geotags have an AR annotation stuck to them, so the moment Itaro reads them, it automatically recognizes them. As a result, there are over 30 life-size gun barrels swarming the Osaki launch complex, and they're still increasing. These are AR decoys. How do you like that, Misane? The blast of the missile hitting a nearby embankment is enough to almost make me cower on the spot. I've never experienced this kind of heated impact before. This thing really is a weapon meant for killing people. If Yashio-kun... Oh. If Yashio-kun got hit... Who's speaking? I know it's not Kaido. I don't know. If Yashio-kun got hit by one of those missiles while inside of Super Gunbuild 1, he'd die. No, not just Yashio-kun. There's a chance the missile could chase after us and hit us too. I'm scared. My knees are shaking. But it's not just my knees. My hands holding the laser gun are also troubling. Yeah, okay, I was starting to think it might have been Jin. Our only ray of hope are the AR decoys. Right next to me, Airi-chan and Hidaka-kun are still furiously tapping away at their Pokécoms. I no longer fear anything. Kojiro-san is getting amped up in the passenger seat of the truck. I know things are going as planned and all, but don't get cocky, Komi-chan. Jin-chan, don't cut off the power supply. That's Super Gunbuild 1's lifeline. I clench my teeth and channel strength into my knees in response. Okay, I'll do my best. If I give up now, Super Gunbuild 1 won't be able to move. I have to keep shooting this laser at the antenna on the giant robot's back. That's the duty that has been entrusted to me. I need to see this through. I made a promise to Hidaka-kun. I told him that I work hard enough for the both of us. Super Gunbuild 1 continues to advance. Meanwhile, the spider hasn't taken a single step. More missiles. Another two are coming this way. Please don't hit us. I pray frantically. But I don't close my eyes. If I close them, the laser beam would drift. One of the missiles hits the VAB door. The other one flies off onto the lightning rod at Launch Pad 2 and explodes. They didn't hit us again. It's like a miracle. I want to cry, but I hold back the tears. Too bad, Misane. I guess Sumeragi really is just a concept model. Everyone, you're all so amazing. Mexico doesn't have a history in military use of hugs. Meeting Hidaka-kun just realized that Sumeragi's missiles were acquired on the black market. Kojiro-san chimed in after that. She said that it obviously wouldn't have a missile control system, so they probably had to substitute it with something else. When she found that Sumeragi was actually connected to Iro, we came up with a strategy. I didn't have time, so I threw this together at hyperspeed. But right now, Sumeragi sees 20 or 30 life-size gun barrels, and the missiles automatically aim at those decoys. And of course, the person who came up with this little trick was... Furachan wins! Flawless victory! Kojiro-san shouts like she's in the middle of playing a video game. It's thanks to her that my fears have been alleviated a little bit. This makes it clear. The missiles for Sumeragi use image recognition guidance, making them so sophisticated and end up backfiring. Sorry about that, Misane. Your shitty missiles can't hit Super Gun Build 1. I'm still reacting to Yashio-kun's words. The spider fires more missiles. 4 incoming! Yashio-kun, and Mr. Nagafukada driving the Thunder Emperor behind him. Don't stop advancing. Everything will be okay. All 4 missiles change direction and fly off to separate targets, rather. Although, almost as though they're trying to avoid us. Also, they missed again. We're getting close to the spider now. It's okay. We'll be okay. Just then, the sound of a massive explosion erupts from just behind me. Or from behind me. My back is struck with an intense blast and a wall of heat. It feels like I'm about to get blown away. I almost fall out of the truck bed. My head nearly goes blank. But the teachings of my dad and grandpa during training come to my mind. Act with simplicity and fortitude to bring forth great virtue. I may be weak. I may have lost all my matches on the first round. But I can't afford to lose today. I need to be strong. Go forth with simplicity and fortitude. Daitoku Juna. Go! I plant my feet into the bed of the truck and take a firm stance. I twist my ankle, causing intense pain to shoot through my leg, but I ignore it. I desperately hold onto the laser gun mount and restore my posture.
Daitoku, make sure not to get thrown off.
Got it!
I managed to get the distance between Sumeragi and I down to 30 meters. The blast from a missile exploding nearby had me scared I might fall over, but I'm okay. According to the data, the missile pod in Sumeragi is loaded with 10 missiles. If that information is correct, we should only have 2 left. If I can get through this, round 1 is mine. I advance without fear. The spider moves its legs. It takes one step back after another, trying to put more distance between us. Like hell you're getting away. Super Gun Build 1 is fast enough to keep up with the spider's movement. Advance! Input command. Do your thing, monopools. The distance narrows. 10 meters. But she won't fire. Is she going to switch to melee combat? Or does she lose the will to fight after seeing all of the decoys? She's saving those last 2 missiles. You're never gonna beat me with strats like that. Don't underestimate me, Misane. Advance! Just a few more meters and she'll be in range. More missiles! I'm too close. Aki! Here we go. And the flow of time suddenly slows down. The missiles keep approaching. One of them is already turning in a completely different direction. Their problem is the last missile. It's too close to Super Gun Build 1. Before I'll be able to change course to one of the decoys, he'll slam right into me. Damn it, did Misane calculate this? Think stop. It looks like the dog's barking isn't getting caught on stream, but like, damn. Next to Akio's instant response, I've managed to activate slow-mo. But considering Super Gunbill 1's specs, I won't be able to dodge at this range. It hurts to breathe. I feel like I'm suffocating. The warmth is quickly leaving my hands and feet. Yet my head is so hot that I feel like I've burst a blood vessel. I'm so itchy that I want to tear my skin. But even then, think, Kaido. How are you gonna get out of this? Find a way. I'll read the missile's trajectory. Expand my own awareness. Make my consciousness one with the machine. I synchronize my reality with Super Gunbill 1's reality. It's gonna be a gamble. I'll wait on the timing. I have exactly 4 frames. I got the angle. Pile bunker. Fire! I quickly input the command. The left pile bunker begins to eject from its container. It's still slow. The normal flow of time has yet to return to the world. The robot's frame shakes as the pile bunker ejects. My body shakes violently along with it. The tip of the pile bunker. It's a crapshoot as to whether it'll hit the missile or not. It looks like the missile from Sumeragi scored a direct hit on Super Gunbill 1's body. I scream at the top of my lungs, all the while trying to prevent myself from getting blown away by the blast. But I immediately see that Kai is safe through my Pokécon monitor. Whose POV is this? Kai, thank goodness. Just imagining Kai gone was enough to make my chest feel like it would burst open. My heart is pounding. I'm glad Kai is safe, but he looks like he's in a lot of pain. I know very well how much he suffers after an attack. Where did the other one go? The other one hit the VAB. The end of Super Gunbill 1's left pile bunker has been blown to bits from stopping the missile. It's useless now. But now Kai is super close to Sumeragi, that he could probably touch it. It's within the pile bunker's range. Our strategy worked. We closed the distance on Sumeragi. But at the same time, that means we're in range of its front leg blades. The AR decoys are gonna help us from here on out. Kai's piloting is the only thing we can rely on. The left pile bunker's been blown away. It's useless. Way to overdo it. I still got the right one. You sound like you're in so much pain. Lucky-chan, if you hadn't reacted so quick, I would have died. To be honest, I didn't want to push the button. I didn't want to give Kai an attack. Yesterday, soon after returning from Ichigawaka Park with Airi and Nae-san, Kai gave me this weird remote control. What is this thing? Let's just say it's a super secret tool made by our enemy. And now we can use it too. He said that with a mischievous grin on his face as he showed me the inside of his backpack. At the time, I couldn't believe that Kai would go out of his way to use such a dangerous evil weapon. But he insisted. According to him, he needed it to defeat my big sis. I want to test it to make sure it's usable in real combat. Pressing the button on the remote control will activate the device. Could you stand back a bit and try it? Wait, are you gonna be the test subject? I mean, how else will I know if it works or not? I wasn't super okay with it, but without much of a choice, I decided to press the button. Kai had an attack. And it was clear as day that this device caused it. Kai smiled, explaining that our chances of winning just went up. Hey, Kai. You've never thought of anything but winning, have you? All I wanted to do was have fun playing games with you and Big Sis. My gaze falls down to the remote control in my hands. If I keep using this, Kai's body won't hold. The more I use it, the more his life might be in danger. Kai. This is too cruel, Kai. Why would you entrust me with something like this? And just then, I see Sumeragi slowly start to raise its body. The way it has its two front legs up makes it look like a praying mantis. It makes this serious. Kai, you can't get hit by those arms. Aki. Again. I press the button again. Kai, how can you ask me to do this without any hesitation? When I think about how much you're suffering, I want to break down into tears. Super Gumball 1 moves with amazing accuracy and speed. Almost as though it predicted the future, it dodges Sumeragi's right blade as it comes down. The spider then immediately follows up with its left leg blade. I know Kai's gonna ask me again. He's gonna ask me to press the button. I don't want to. Kai will die. Again! My fingers holding the remote control tremble. The thought of Kai disappearing scares me so much that I can't help it. No, I can't. I unconsciously cry out. I can't press it. Nick. Super Gumball 1 fires its remaining pile bunker. With perfect timing, it hits the joint of the spider's front leg as it swings down. He did that without slow-mo? Kai, you're incredible. Super Gumball 1 takes a step back, using the force of the recoil. Sumeragi returns its legs to the ground and pursues. Kai! Big Sis is going to kill him. Don't hesitate! But you'll die, Kai! If I push the button, I'll be killing him. What should I do? After closing the distance, Sumeragi raises one front leg to the side. The blade gleams a bright golden yellow. It's not just a mere blade. Please run. Just as I'm about to scream those words out loud, Super Gumball 1 takes a step towards Sumeragi. He stepped forward? I believe in you, so believe in me! Aki has internal thinking sound. That's right, I made a promise. When I accepted this remote control, I promised not to hesitate. Kai gave it to me because he believed in me. Back on the deck of the MF Anemone, he held my hand the entire time. Big Sis held my hand when I woke up in the hospital. I believe that Kai will be okay. That he'll save Big Sis. That he won't leave me alone and disappear. And that's because... There's no way in hell I'm gonna lose. Who do you think I am? You love games. You hate losing.
You're the boy I've always loved ever since we were kids. If I don't believe in Kai, who will? Super Gunbill once piled bunker shifts to a 45-degree angle. Sumeragi immediately swings its blade in an attempt to block Kai's attack. Get fired up. Come on, Aki. It's now or never. Grant me the courage to press this button. Aki! I believe in you. Win, Kai. And now I save it yet again. I think I'll override the other save. When she hesitated last time, I wasn't sure what I'd do. But she came through this time. Thank you, Aki-chan. I've never experienced using slow-mo 3 times in a row before. It feels like a bomb exploded in my head. That's the sort of intense pain we're talking here. My vision is flickering. I want to scream in agony, but my voice won't come out. The spider's blade slowly moves, looking to sweep past Super Gunbill 1's leg. After waiting 2 frames. Now. Perfect timing. I predict the path of the blades approaching Super Gunbill 1's leg and fire the pile bunker. Hit it. Please hit it. Slowly. As though it's being sucked in. The tip of the pile bunker slams down into the blade from above. For us sitting in the truck like, yeah, maybe I should have told Aki that Kai's gone through worse for the sake of an experiment we conducted together, although they're having a moment. Well, no, because, like, the thing that Kai and Prow were doing were trying to trigger an attack. In this case, Aki is successfully triggering the attack each time, so it is different. The pile bunker scores a direct hit on the spider's blade. The blade shatters in 2. I wait for the pile bunker to retract again. The spider starts lifting its other blade. We're out almost to 0 distance. Hell, we're almost touching. The spider's front leg will have to swing at a longer than normal trajectory in order to swipe at me. I'll make it in time. This range. And faster. Aki. And 4th time. My head throbs as if countless cockroaches are crawling around inside of it. I've lost almost all sensation in my legs. At this range, we're almost touching. I can see where the FOS is with my own 2 eyes. I turn slightly. I adjust the angle of the pile bunker. Hit it. Okay, this is definitely the last one, so let's fuck up as a treat. Wow, I really do have to be precise every time. I'm not surprised, but damn. No room for error. The sensation in my fingertips is dull. Don't panic, and put it again. Are you giving me another chance, or not? Then, amidst this world moving in slow motion, my body tilts. I didn't make it in time. I can't hear anything. But when I look down, I see the blade cutting into Super Gunbill 1's frame. The robot slowly starts to tilt over. Once it hits the ground, the cockpit will be crushed. Game over. I have no way to recover. On one hand, I'm not surprised that there's literally no room for error for these inputs, because, like, the guide kind of says that, but damn, at the same time, because there's, like, room for error with the other inputs, you know?
and the flow of time returns to normal. The ground starts approaching several times faster than before. I don't even have time to scream. My vision immediately cuts to black. You're right that the evil spider robot looks cute. Okay. I figured the bad ending would be fairly simple, but good to get that experience and out of the way. Now we can continue with life and not mess up the button inputs at all. Kind of sound. Fire. In this slow, dead world, there is no sound. But the impact shakes the machine's frame and my entire body. The shoulders dig into the seat. My shoulders dig into the seat, rather. There's still no pain. Everything suddenly comes flooding back into me as the silent world ends. I felt that. Direct hit confirmed. You did it.
すごい
Amazing. The Simaragi's core, the FOS. This scored a direct hit on the right side. With this, half of the spider won't be able to move. The remaining 3 legs on the left side are still wriggling about. You just don't know what to give up, do you? In my foggy awareness, I go to finish it off with another attack. Suddenly, there's an intense release of compressed air from Sumeragi's body. Like a smokescreen, it engulfs the entire spider. The strength leaves its legs. The spider's belly virtually rips open, and its body splits. From inside, a slender humanoid silhouette slowly rises up. It's abandoning the hug. There, from within the giant body of the spider, rises forth a slim bipedal robot, about half the height of Super Gunville 1. And that's... The smoke clears. Kaminagi. Ugh. Holy. That's so cool. Eyes on the prize, please. Ah, sorry. Kai, be careful. That person once said. We won't beat them by force alone. You don't have to tell me that. I once again turn my attention to Kaminagi. A jet black body. Human-like arms equipped with hands and fingers. Long, slender legs. Let's try that again. It's almost like a medieval knight clad in black armor. I can see why Akiko was so enraptured. According to the data, Kaminagi's tail is a little over 5 meters tall. It's only about half the height of Super Gunbo 1. Our robot is nearly twice the size. So then, why is this thing projecting such an overwhelming aura? It has a demonic presence, yet I find myself entranced by it. I can't help but tremble. But I set the pile bunker to a 45-degree angle. Naki-chan, slow-mo. Round 2 has already begun, which means save again, just to be sure. Little does she know that as she wastes her time posing, she's already in range of my pile bunker. Input command. accurately and without error. Hopefully more accurately than I spoke. Eat this, Misane. Victory is mine. The pile bunker once again fires and reduces its painful recoil. But... Kaminagi rapidly steps to the side. I missed. She dodged it? The reaction speed is insane. My timing should have been perfect. How did it move like that? It's so fast. This is bad. The difference in specs is worse than we thought, senpai. Peachy said hell yeah before that, and then hell nah. Beautiful. Love it. 10 out of 10. I can't see that just fine. Thanks. My heart is pounding out of control. Even though slow-mo is over, I still feel like I'm suffocating. Yoshio-kun, she'll circle behind you. With a lightness to its step, Kaminagi has already made its way around Super Gunbill 1. Behind me? Already? My movement speed isn't fast enough to turn around. The cockpit has the 360-degree view, but my eyes can't keep up with Misane's speed. So instead, I opt to advance and put some distance between us. But I'm gonna make it in time. I'm prepared to take a hit or two. And just as I look over, I realize Kaminagi isn't even looking at Super Gunbill 1. I was wrong. Misane's target wasn't me. Michi, run! It's the Thunder Emperor. Don't underestimate me, Senemiya! Thunder Emperor suddenly takes off. The truck's 660cc engine roars. The power generator inside topples over and sparks fly. Still, Thunder Emperor manages to skim by Kaminagi's side and drives off towards the VIB. Misane doesn't attempt to pursue them, instead choosing to keep her distance from Super Gunbill 1. Misane, I thought you were better than this. I thought this is a 1v1 between me and Misane. Despite that, she went after Michi and the others. They were completely defenseless. She most likely wanted to destroy a robot's power source, but even then, she knows damn well what happened to the 5 people riding in that truck. Is everyone okay? I died. Yep, I'm dead. I died just now. I'm alright. He's definitely perishing though. Somehow. Yes, I'm fine too. Oh, thank goodness. But this is bad. The power generator is... Thanks to how the Thunder Emperor took off, the generator slid out of the truck bed, taking the bunker with it. It's now sitting right in the middle of the launch complex. With the laser gun now unusable, Super Gunbill 1 has switched to battery power. I'm guessing I have 5 minutes at best. The laser mount is useless now. There won't be any more power. I have to hurry. I input the advance command and close the distance between us. Or at least I try to, but Kaminagi is too fast. While I lumber forward, she can run in circles and retreat diagonally. Sidestep and retreat. The fact that Kaminagi can do both at once means they must have amazing leg maneuverability. Kai, close the distance.
やってるけ
I'm
ど
trying. But it's not working.
持久戦は
I think she's trying to make this a war of attrition. Yeah. For Misane and Kimijimiko, they can just buy 10 minutes. They can make Project Autumn a success. They obviously have the overwhelming advantage in terms of machine specs. There's no reason for them to fight. We predicted this situation in our strategy meeting. We also know that we can't just attack the rocket either. They're toying with us.
時間切れでの逃げ
I
切り
didn't think he
作戦
resort to running out the clock.
あんまりがっかり
Stop
させない
disappointing
で
me,
よ
Misane. Despite my taunts, Kaminagi shows no signs of changing tactics.
こちら天の
This is Tenoji.
瀬宮社長は
We safely secured Chief Sanomiya. Upon hearing Naisa's report, Akiho gasps. Another POV change, but we don't know who it is.
こちら天の
Ah,
寺です
never mind. They made it pretty clear right away. This is Tenoji.
瀬宮社長は
We
無事保
safely
護しま
secured
した
Chief Sanomiya. And the command center I'm currently in is eerily silent.
指令センターは制
You've
圧し
taken
ま
control
し
of the
た
command center. Other than Sanomiya Misaki,
あなたた
all
ちと戦って
terrorists
いる
have
最中の瀬宮
committed
美咲以外
suicide.
全員自殺
Huh? We were prepared for a firefight, but in the end, we didn't face a single terrorist on the way here.
それで
Were you able to stop the rocket launch?
ごめんなさ
I'm sorry.
い何度試しても
No matter what we try,
ここからの
they won't
打
accept
ち上
the
げ中止コ
abort
マンドを
launch
受け付け
command.
ないんです何それ
What?
どういう
But why?
わからない
I don't know. No matter what we do, it won't listen to our commands. We asked Chef Sanomiya about how to deal with it, and even called the others back at the airport, but no luck.
VAB の横に大型ロケット
Isn't there a launch control building for large rockets next to the VAB?
そこは
What about there?
その管制塔は今
It
回
isn't
使われ
being
ていない
used for this launch. Chef Sanomiya holds up his own Pokecom and speaks. Dad, I'm so glad you're safe. In response to Akiho's words, Chef Sanomiya manages to muster a smile. When we charged in here, he was tied up and gagged. He was bound like that for the entirety of the last 2 days, yet he still manages to smile to put his daughter at ease. That's really super strong.
あのロケットの発射管制システ
And
ム
the
は
rocket's launch
ミッションと同じよう
control
に
system should be the same
モバイル
as
管制で
Epsilon,
行われてい
mobile
るはずだ
control.
でも担当
But
者だった
sadly,
藤
the
代
guy in
君
charge
の
of
PC
that,
はオンラインパスを
Fujishiro-kun,
ブロックされ
remote
て
access
アクセ
to
スできなくなっている
his PC is currently blocked. We can't access his computer.
現在の権限者
The
は
one with current administration is
君島公になっています
Kimijima-ko. What?
面白い話をして
What a fascinating conversation. An unfamiliar voice rings out from my Pokecom speaker. Is this Sanomiya Misaki? I glance at Chef Sanomiya's face. He has such a sad look in his eyes. But now you understand.
あなたたち
You cannot stop the rocket launch.
できないわスメラギを無理
Although, I applaud you for neutralizing Sumeragi.
でも
This is the
こ
end.
れまでよあなたたちに
You're out of options.
そこで
Just give up and watch the launch from there. The members of the Robotics Club are at a loss for words. And I had to be the bearer of even worse news.
カイト君
Kaito, Akiho,
Everyone in the Robotics Club. Starting now. You're no longer the decoy team. You're the only ones who can save the world now. Please forgive us adults for not being able to take responsibility, for putting this heavy burden on you all. No matter what you decide to do, I'll follow you to the end. Nobody will blame you if you choose to.
Could you stop talking for a second, Aya-san?
Huh? I'm caught off guard.
Choose to what? Run away? Like hell we will. I'm here for one reason, and one reason alone. To become the best in the world. There's no way I can hide now how fired up I am to finally settle the score with Misane after 7 goddamn years.
Yoshioku. I'm getting wet. Frau, why?
Absolute nonsense. But by and large, I agree. With getting wet, or... Sometimes. You gotta do what you gotta do. And that's a pro tip.
Kai. Let's beat her. Let's beat Big Sis.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
These kids are something else. They're so strong. None of them are losing to this insane pressure. They're all fighting while believing in what they all built together. Good luck. Akio. I'm sorry, Dad. We might not be able to save Big Sis.
Just be safe.
Chief Senemiya says as he taps the logout button. And there's nothing else we can do. All that's left is to bleed the Robotics Club. Everyone, please, don't lose.
After hearing my son's report, I bite down hard on my lip. I should probably save again.
Just in case.
Either the rocket launches first, or Super Gumball 1 runs out of power.
Team minus 5 minutes.
Yo, I heard it all. Looks like Unit C is not gonna get their time to shine.
Charge and dock. We can't hold anything back now.
Got it. Just hold your horses. Yoshio-senpai, do you have a plan? Of course not. I have no way of catching up with her. Even now, I just keep advancing, turning a little, and advancing again. Repeat that over and over. The Kaminagi is gaining distance faster than I can move. And I figured as much. So Subaru-kun, am I telling me your secret plan? I don't have one, unfortunately. I figured.
Bravo. Could you set the leg motor output to full to speed it up or something?
Don't be absurd. I have my limits too, you know, SMH. This isn't something I can fix with programming.
Speaking of dropping frames, hello? Stop doing that. That's rude. Internet. Okay. Are we back? We settled? No more frame drops? No more frame drops? Okay. I hate when the internet's like, you know what? Fuck you. We should have installed the transformation mechanism for the gun fell axle impact. Ugh. And there's no way we could have done something like that with the time we had. Jin, any super lethal karate attacks we can use? No, there's nothing. Alrighty, how's the weather looking? How about a lightning strike? According to today's forecast, there won't be any rain. I just have to get close. My only hope is to get it and use the pile bunker. Advance. But Kaminagi keeps gaining distance. I feel like a sheepdog. All I can hope to do is carefully choose my route so that I can maybe force Kaminagi into a corner. But Misane can see right through me. Since it's so slow, Super Gundam 1 can't even come close to an actual sheepdog. Suddenly, Kaminagi stops. I thought I'd forced it in the front of the VAB store, but it suddenly drops its hips. And it comes charging straight at me. Aki! Good to know I was right about it being my cue to save. Slow-mo brings the world to a crawl. I try to aim the pile bunker at Kaminagi as it approaches me. However, even though my inputs are fast and accurate, the robot's speed is as slow as ever. This is extremely frustrating. Entering slow-mo makes Super Gundam 1 speed stand out all the more to the point of pissing me off. My brain and lungs are desperate for oxygen, but they refuse to breathe. My hands and feet are freezing cold, but the inside of my chest is on fire. My bodily instincts are screaming that I'm in danger, but my fighting game instincts tell me to take down my opponent, moving my fingers. And yet... no input? I was expecting an input there. I knew it. It wasn't enough. Thanks to the sudden mix-up, the pile bunker completely whiffs. Kaminagi slips past my side, puts space between us in a flashy manner, and stops right in front of Sumeragi's wreckage. Kaminagi had the prime opportunity to attack just now. I think she's watching out for a counterattack. Regardless of how mobile Kaminagi is, its legs still have to stop moving before it can attack. Super Gundam 1 could counter in that window, even if you took the hit. She wants to prevent that. Big sis! Is Kimijima Ko there? I am Kimijima Ko. What? If you want to take control away from me, you must kill me. Kaminagi tears the front leg off of the wreckage of Sumeragi and raises it up. It removes the armor and transforms the leg into a giant sword the same height as Kaminagi. Now it looks more like a knight. But still, she shows no intention of attacking me.
As long as I don't move, she won't move either. That seems to be the plan. She's still playing the waiting game. Does she really want to slaughter 5 billion people that badly? I'm here chipping away at years and years of my lifespan just to fight her. In the end, I still can't beat her. I still can't win against Misane. Is she gonna keep toying with me like she always has all the way until the end? Was everything I did over the last 7 years all for nothing? Is Misane still out of reach? POV change. Yashio-senpai and Kaminagi stare each other down. Just as Mulla's teacher next to me punches the steering wheel in frustration. Mulla's teacher. A call from a number I don't recognize pops up on my Pokécom. Whose number is this again? I stop to think for a second. Wait. Oh. Oh! Furugori, don't play around at a time like this.
じゃなくて
That's not it.
沢田君から連絡来た
The
から
call from Sawada-kyun has arrived. Sawada.
つなぐを
Answer. It appears I made it in time. Barely. Apologies for making you wait. The anti-Kimijima co-virus is ready for use. It's designed to communicate seamlessly with the DG297 3rd edition version, the app. However, you need to fulfill a condition in order for it to take effect. The virus is only effective when used while the AR Kimijima Co is visible. You only have to use it once, after which it will take care of the rest. That's all. I'll leave the rest to you. Lol, what? Did he seriously make us wait for 10 years and then that's all he had to say? LMAO. But I guess that's what makes Sawada-kyun so adorable. Sawada-kyun, you're so cute, Sawada-kyun. The guy can't be interested in the opposite sex. His co-workers definitely think he's gay. That's my woman's intuition speaking. Proud. He has to be visible? There's no way. We can't see inside Kaminagi's cockpit from the outside. Then we have to find a way to pry open the chest hatch. But she's not even trying to attack us. If we use this virus, we can end this thing without killing Misane. Kai. We're gonna use it. Well, Yoshio-senpai is terror motivated. Kona-chan, is the virus good to go at any time? Yeah, Sawada-kyun lectured me about how to integrate the virus into the system beforehand. What of it? I can integrate it right away, but it'll require a reboot. During that time, Super Gumball 1 won't be able to move. How much time will it take? About a minute. If it takes that long, we're gonna lose. But they're just standing still too. As long as they don't notice we're up to something, this deadlock should last for the entirety of the reboot. Our opposition will not attack. I'm beginning to work on integrating the virus as the conversation continues. I know for sure that Yashio-senpai will do it, even if it means pushing himself a little too hard. And accept their challenge. Just like how you saved me, Conferro, before. I'll take that bet. Kona-chan, time to reboot. See, told you so. It's also predictable that I automatically grin. But Kai, what if she figures it out? How long until the launch?
T-minus 3 minutes.
This is our last shot. Lucky-chan.
Frabo, do it.
Good choice.
All this flirting between Yoshio-senpai and Press-senpai is making me jealous. As I think about how much I want to join in, I furiously tap away at the Pokécom resting on my knees. Programming updating complete. Frau-chan is such a genius, lol. Time for system reboot. During the next minute, nobody will be able to do anything. All we can do is wait. Kai, don't worry. We'll keep you safe for this 1 minute. Press-senpai said we. It's kind of embarrassing, but it makes me a little happy. Alright, I'm shutting down the kill ballot system. Upon declaring that, I tapped my Pokécom as if I was sending a prayer. Let's save again. The kill ballot system on my Pokécom looks like it's frozen. It's not working. For the next minute, I can't move Super Gunbill 1 at all. I'm totally defenseless. My fingers are trembling. I clench my fist to try and force them to stop shaking. A wheezing sound comes from the back of my throat. Both my body and mind want more air. My chest throbs in pain like it's being crushed. My pulse is still hammering out of control. My entire body is drenched in sweat. I can feel the blood vessels in my body pulsating. It feels like... yeah, it feels like the blood inside me is boiling. Each pulse feels like I'm being stabbed with countless needles, all smaller than a grain of sand. Like any minute now, they'll all burst open and drown me in my own blood. I feel like I'm losing my mind. A feeling. Ah, I can read. A feeling like I'm losing my mind. I repeatedly clench and unclench my hands. Over. And over. Keep doing it until the trembling stops. There are bottles of fruit sour melon all over the floor. I pick one up, crack the seal, and drown it down in one gulp. It's only then that I realized my throat was dry this entire time. The refreshing melon taste fills my mouth. It's quiet. I take a peek outside through the viewing window. Kaminaki remains still. Has she not noticed? Don't notice. Please don't notice. If she does, it's over. I hate that's all I can do is pray. Come on, hurry up. This 1 minute feels like an eternity. Ah. Kaminagi takes a single step toward me. That might be Misane's way of testing the waters. She wants to see how I'll react. I check my Pokécom. The system still hasn't rebooted. I have no idea how many seconds are left, which means all I can do is just sit here. Kaminagi takes a second step. This time, it seems much more confident. I still can't move. Then, Kaminagi slowly raises the giant blade it's holding and braces its legs. Shit, she noticed. The third step, she begins to charge. Just coming straight at me. Kaminagi's movement is nothing like that of her robots. Misane, are you looking at me? Or are you thinking about thrashing me with some powerful combo? I sit down firmly in my seat. If you are, then bring it. I'll take all you got, Misane. No! Nadir.
Akiho drives her scooter between Super Gumball 1 and Kaminagi. Stop it, big sis! You idiot! Does she really think a scooter could stop that thing? You're just gonna get yourself killed. Akiho. Kaminagi responds unexpectedly. Despite being mid-charge, it pitches forward and comes to a complete stop. Right in front of Akiho. About 5 meters away from her. She stopped. Big sis! Is Misane still somewhere in there? Just then, multiple trucks come driving into the launch complex. They push forward, as though to shield me. The trucks stop in front of Kaminagi. It's Doc's Unit C. They're honking up a storm. System rebooted. Took you long enough. I hold my Pokecom up to chest height. The boot screen displays for a few seconds, then returns to the camera feed. Down on my feet, I could see Akiho in the trucks, and in front of me is Kaminagi. Round 3. Everyone, get out of here! Akiho and the trucks retreat from between Misane and I, almost like a receding wave. In their place, I advance. 1 step. 2 steps. There's nothing in my way anymore. T-2 minutes. Kaminagi sees me start to move and starts retreating, putting more distance between us again. You're still running? I grit and grind my teeth. Misane! I shout out. What happened to your right stuff? You better believe I'm not who I used to be. I'm not gonna lose. Not even to you. So how about it? How about you stop acting like such a goddamn chicken? They stop. Kaminagi's retreating legs stop. Kaminagi goes still. Our battle ends here. I'm taking the top spot. Kai. She spoke. You. Take the top spot from me. You really think you can win? Don't make me laugh. And chill runs down my spine. This is it. This is the Misane that only I know. Then how about you come and stop me? Just like the good old days. Advanced command. What? Too old to play aggressively? You've lost your edge, Misane. Come at me. Show me that calm and collected expression you always wore as you mercilessly wrecked my shit. I know better. I know the friendly face you wear on TV isn't the real you at all. Advanced command. You're just an immature little girl who beats the living shit out of her childhood friend in video games. You treated your little sister like shit, calling her average in an attempt to get her to crawl after you, you goddamn sadist. What? You're a girl, yet you're obsessed with mecha anime. You randomly decided to build a giant robot in the middle of goddamn nowhere, then you dragged everyone remotely near you into it. That's the stupid, idiotic girl I know. Advanced command. Kaminagi was retreating before, but now it's advancing. We're now 10 meters apart. She'll be in range within the next step. Our pile bunker's range, that is. But I'll also be in range of her blade. Kai. If you keep up that trash talk, I'm going to crush you into dust. I'm getting hyped. The smile automatically forms on my face. This is the same high I get when I'm facing a real tough opponent. It's almost like a drug trip. That sensation of my brain juices overflowing gets me as fired up as humanly possible. Of course, Misane was the first person to teach me this feeling. Just try it. For the last 7 years, I've dreamed of beating her. This ridiculously trivial dream. It won't do anything for me in the long run. It's entirely for my own self-satisfaction. But even still, this is my dream. I've come this far just for this. Advance command. I take a step. The last step. Misane does the same. She doesn't try to retreat. Now that's the Misane I know. You little brat! Kaminagi leaps into the air. My body's about level with my cockpit. It's body. It's already swinging its blade down. Hang in there, paper armor. This is a true 1v1 now. The cockpit trembles. The impact feels like my head got bashed in with a hammer.
Gaki!
Time slows to a crawl. Despite my slow-mo, Kaminagi's blade starts tearing into the cockpit. I can see the giant blade of death approaching my body. In less than 5 seconds, my body's about to be cut into pieces. The intense pain is already enough to make me want to writhe in agony. I feel blood start to trickle from my forehead. Even the pain is being stretched out. It's like my whole body is being twisted, like I'm being ripped apart. All 5 of my senses are preoccupied with the pain. But none of that matters. You stopped, didn't you? You stopped moving me, Sane. Lose the battle to win the war, eh? The blade sinks into Super Gunbill 1's body. As long as she holds onto it, Kaminagi can't move. With this, I feel like grinning from ear to ear as I punch into the command. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Eat this, pile bunker. I feel like I could have delivered that line better. I swiftly input the command. Perfect, no misinputs, because I'm not allowed to input anything. It's over. However, Kaminagi does something I didn't expect. It's like she knew what I was thinking. She lets go of the blade. I exit slow-mo. The pile of bunker whiffs. And Kaminagi lands on the ground. It's thanks to her swift thinking that I'm not dead, but still. Does she read my moves? Damn it. I'm not done yet. I hurriedly punched an advanced command. Super Gunbill 1's thick legs takes a step forward. I'm virtually on top of Kaminagi. An advance at this range is effectively a kick. Or at least it should have been. Kaminagi once again reacts with insane timing and precision. As soon as it lands on the ground, it smoothly leaps backward. After dodging the kick, she tries to gain distance again. T-1 minute. She's gaining distance. Kaminagi is getting away. 10 meters. 20 meters. She's using her high jump to flee. If she gets away now, I won't get another chance. Think. Her next move. While advancing, Super Gunbill 1 slightly leaps forward. That's it. My trump card. I've got a single attack that'll work in this 1 to 2 second window. Aki! As soon as I shout, the world goes silent. I find myself in an icy world devoid of all heat. Kaminagi is right in front of me. It's currently in mid-air after performing one of its high jumps. There's 20 meters between us. My pile bunker can't cover that distance, with one exception. You can only use it once, and once you do, the pile bunker will be useless. Right now, in this moment, I can land the hit. My Super Gunbill 1's gun barrel all-out attack. And the flow of time resumes. Before me is Kaminagi. I'm locked and loaded. The command's already been input. Now go! The pile bunker launches at high speed, but once it extends out of its casing, it doesn't stop. It becomes a flying spear. No, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do it right. This is Gunbarrel's ultimate rocket punch. It easily covers the over 20-meter distance to Kaminaki, who's currently incapable of moving mid-air. A direct hit! With its much smaller stature, Kaminaki collides with the punch in midair, loses its balance, and crashes down to the ground. Even the Gunbound Striker isn't powerful enough to break through its armor, but that definitely hit it home. Kaminagi's one decisive weakness: the fact that the pilot hatch is on the front, and said hatch is connected directly to the monitor. It's now dented inward. I shot my rocket punch right at the spot on the hatch weakest to blunt force. With a hit like that, it's no surprise it got dented.
バッテリー残量0
Remaining battery, 0.
今ので電力
That just used all the power up. Super Gumball 1 has stopped moving. I don't care. I don't need this robot anymore. Your move, Misane. Your eyes. Your cockpit monitor should be busted. Which means you only have one option. Kaminagi's hatch opens. The cockpit is exposed. And there. Clad in a tight black pilot suit is Misane. She slowly removes and tosses aside her cracked helmet. Her long hair blows in the wind.
お姉ちゃん
Big sis. Her eyes. They're looking straight up at me. The fighting spirit in those eyes is as strong as ever. Even with her sight crushed. And even with the hatch wide open.
X マイナス
T minus 30 seconds. With less than 30 seconds remaining until launch, she's still more than willing to fight. In fact, she looks kind of angry. She's probably pretty upset that she took a hit from the opponent she underestimated. That's right. She's not the smart, calm, and beautiful girl that appears on TV. The Misane that the world sees isn't the real one at all. I know who she is. She's that terrifying wall that stands in front of me. The woman who would show me no mercy, crushing me without a single thought. She was a truly cold show-off who always beat my ass and to kick my corpse right after. A truly immense wall. The very same wall that I sought to overcome. The wall I've always wanted to climb over. Kimijima-ko spotted. There he is, hovering over Misane. Kimijima-ko is like some kind of ghost. He's a fucked up ghost.
X マイナス
T minus 20 seconds.
ヤシオさん
Yoshio-san.
ヤシオ先輩
Yoshio-senpai.
ヤシオ
Yoshio.
先輩
Senpai.
ヤシオくんカイ
This is the end. I bury the dead, here and now. I'll bury the dead. I can read. Time goes still. I focus my aim. The fingers that were still shaking only moments ago are now completely still. My heart is strangely calm. 20 seconds left. I can already picture victory in my mind. Now, it's time to unleash the finishing blow. S, okay. I wasn't expecting much, but just S, okay. Fine, S, that's it. Virus fire with S. Kai. Hello, Cat. It's like a shock to the system. The flow of time still hasn't gone back to normal. During slow-mo, all sound should be gone. And in this soundless world, just now I swear I could hear Misane's voice.
ありがとう
Thank you. Misane. She's smiling. A calm, happy smile. Just looking at me and smiling. Long ago. Back when I was still a kid. She gave me that same gentle smile when we'd play in Ichiguoka Park, waiting for a rocket launch. Misane. The sound returns to my world. The virus is shaped like a missile in AR. It flies straight into the cockpit of Kaminagi. His face. Misane shouldn't be able to see it. And yet she doesn't avert her gaze. It's like she's accepting the attack from herself. She doesn't move a single inch. She simply continues to smile. I'm sorry, his face, man. Direct hit on Kimijima-ko. What about the controls? Access rights are no longer with Kimijima-ko. Nai-san. Stop the launch countdown. I set my gaze on the black one sitting on launch pad 1. Everyone holds their breath, waiting to see what happens. Did we make it in time? What happened? These few seconds feel like an eternity. T plus 10 seconds. 15 seconds. Plus means... This is Tenoji. The abort launch command went through. The rocket is grounded. Mission accomplished. We did it. We did it, Kai. What about Misane? I looked down at the falling Kaminagi. And inside of its open cockpit, Misane lies limp, unconscious, right next to her. Stands a calm and composed Kimijima-ko. But go away, die already. Even as his body is crumbling and falling apart. It looks like the virus is working. Yet, for some reason, Kimijima-ko is smiling calmly, just like Misane earlier. And his voice is by no means loud, but I can hear it clearly from my Pokecom. So close. How unfortunate. But don't think that this is the end. Of course not, there's a second game we gotta play. A second, or perhaps even a third me, will likely appear elsewhere in the world quite soon. Is this the plot for Dash? Defeating all the rest of the Kimijima-kos? Things might have worked out for you this time. But there's no guarantee that'll be the case every time. Even then. I didn't think my words would reach him, but I can't not say it. I've been told that justice always prevails. No more Kos, please, is a freak for real. Does it now? Yeah. Over half a century's worth of mecha anime has taught us that. That's why. There's no way we'll lose. That's what her club president says. I see. Perhaps she's still right. He murmurs with a somewhat bitter smile on his face. And so, Kimijima-ko fades back into the dust from whence he came. Nagiho nearly trips over herself running up to Kaminagi's cockpit. Dude looks like white supremacist Orochimaru. So as what I try not to judge even fictional characters by appearance, like, I mean, you're not wrong, and that's the problem. She gently places her ear against Misane's chest. She's alive. Good. Hey, Kai. Big sis is okay. Well, she's alive. I'm not sure she qualifies as okay. My head is throbbing. Our cockpit has been mangled and ravaged. If I acted just a second later, I would have been sliced clean in half. I wipe the blood flowing from my forehead with my hand. My heart is beating so intensely that I feel like it could burst at any moment. My whole body is numb. Can't even hold up my Pokécom. I sprawl out on top of the seat, then take deep breaths. I don't really feel like anything over becoming number 1, but I am satisfied that I beat Misane. I absent-mindedly gaze out of the horizon through my Pokécom. Time to go home. Everyone is waiting. The last 3 days, as long as turbulent as they have been, has finally come to an end. Why can't I read? The wind feels amazing. It honestly feels like the wind never stops blowing on Tanegashima. The trailer with Super Gun Build 1 loaded on it advances slowly down the national highway. No cars in sight. Compared to Michi driving the Thunder Emperor, Lux driving is infinitely more comfortable. We're riding along with the robot in the cargo bed, but we feel no fear. We don't have the energy for that. With the battle over, everyone's completely exhausted. I'm bleeding from my head, and my whole body hurts like it'd been torn to shreds, thanks to the repeated slow-mo uses. Maybe, Kai, consider going to the hospital. Said successive attacks have completely busted me up. Yeah, go to the hospital. I had the craziest nosebleed earlier. Go to the hospital. If I don't get some serious rest, I'm probably gonna die. How about go to the hospital? Thanks to the missile blast, both Gina and Irie's clothes and faces are covered in soot. Well, I can't complain too much, considering Super Gun Build 1 is more banged up than all of us combined. Kai, go to the hospital. The body's been crushed and ripped wide open. The end of the left pile bunker has been pulverized. The right pile bunker flew off somewhere and still has yet to be recovered. All things considered, this papier-mâché robot did a pretty damn good job. We left cleanup at the TNSC up to Mr. Sanomiya. Right now, the guys from Jax are headed over, so they've got it handled. We left the wreckage of Sumiragi and Kaminaki at the Osaki launch complex. The police will recover them at a later date. Black One didn't get to launch into space. In the end, we've managed to save the entire world. Not that I was trying to be a hero or anything. Come to think of it, he kinda just is Orochimaru, takes over people's bodies, preys on children, and an eerily more terrifying villain than the previous big bads. I'm not looking forward to learning Ko has a long-lost child who was part of the Next Generation's main cast. Well, at least as far as I've heard, Orochimaru becomes a good mom, but like, I don't know, man. I don't think Ko has any, redeeming qualities left. I'm just not a fan when things get all loud and crazy. Aki-chan, thank you for everything. Huh? For what? The button. You pushed it without hesitation, didn't you? I did. But my heart hurt every time I did it. The only reason I could do it is because you believed in me. And I'm grateful for that. I'm glad I trusted you. Yeah. But don't do something like that, crazy like that ever again, alright? Well, maybe if your sister didn't try to kill everyone in the world. Hey, you guys, check Twippo. Please look. Frau's looking at her Pokécom when she suddenly raises her voice at us. This festival is wild. Festival? I know she wants us to check it out on our Pokécoms, but I'm seriously too dead to even do that. Fair. What's going on? Everyone's showing their appreciation. Subaru's sitting in such a way as to protect his leg. He starts explaining things to us. They're telling us that we did a good job, bravo, etc. Mr. Nagafikata was live streaming the entire time, so everyone saw the whole thing. What a coincidence, I'm also streaming the whole thing. However, I don't have clout, so I don't have that many people watching. That's okay. And listen up and remember well. Recording things is one of my favorite pastimes. That's a pro tip. Shut up, Mitsuhiko. Listening to you talk is killing me faster. I love Fujita. Doc shoots his sharp reply at Michi from the driver's seat.
Mr. Nagapikata is so funny.
Night-san cheerfully laughs alongside Airi. Anyway, about 1 million people watch the livestream. That's insane. That's a lot of fucking people, dude. They're all sending congratulatory comments and the like via Twippo. It's not normal to get 1 million viewers. I mean, I've never seen the livestream have that many before. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. It looks like most of them didn't really understand what was going on. It seems that some people even thought it was a promotion for a live-action film. That's a fair that's understandable, honestly.
Well, it really did seem like a movie.
I have no idea if the livestream will help or not, but some of the chaos around the world should die down now. Kimiji Miko, the mastermind behind everything, is gone.
He's dead.
Ish. Dead again. I turn my eyes toward Misane, still asleep leaning against Michi's shoulder. She has yet to wake up since the battle. It's possible that she may never wake up again.
Hey, Kai.
For reference, the entire category of Just Chatting has only 295,000 viewers right now. Yeah, and that's a pretty popular category.
When I lost consciousness during the MF Anemone incident, Vix has held my hand the entire time.
Akiho's gazes lovingly at her sister's face, and I can't fucking read.
And that's why I want to stay right by her side until she wakes up too. And when she does, I'll tell her. I love you, big sis.
Sounds good to me. It's the most popular at the moment, and by a wide margin. Second place is a Pepe to 25.3k. Yeah, that's honestly not that surprising. I would have thought art would have maybe been closer, just because I know art's also a pretty popular category, with it being vague as well, but shrugs. Both Akiho and I wanted to bring Misane to the hangar. In order to protect us, she chose to become the enemy of the entire world. And it's a crime that can never be forgiven. But even after 7 long years, she's finally home. In the place where the Robotics Club was born, we wanted to bring her to the abandoned airport just one more time. Silence has returned to Nakatane. It hasn't changed much from when we left. You lied, this running was set to recommended? Damn. Dirty little liar over here. But now, everyone should know that the threat is gone. Did everyone who evacuated head back home? Second place is Valo, Just Chatting still first. I'm not surprised about Just Chatting still being first. We haven't encountered a single car on the way back. Where did everyone go? It all clicks the moment we arrive at the old airport. Someone's yelling, hey! Hey, it's 4 horses.
Just now, did you hear a voice?
Hey!
I heard it too.
They came from the runway.
Look over there.
Makiho leans up from the cargo bed and points straight ahead. Aw, it's everyone. Cute. Adorable. Right there. Everyone had gathered there. Everyone was waiting for us. They were there smiling, ready to welcome us home. The Robotics Club, and the super gumball one we had built. Little kids, students from our school, men and women, grandmas and grandpas, Jackson employees, Subaru's dad, my parents, the vice principal, Mr. Candy. Everyone is waving at us.
よくやったスバル
おかえりなさい。
よくやった
あきちゃん、ありがとう。
でかしたジュンナ見事だった
おかえりなさい。カイト、おかえり。
カイト最高だ。
うちらには
We still have to make a place to go home to. We still do have a place to go to. Blah blah blah. Why can't I read? Let's try this again. We still do have a place to go home to. Nothing can make us happier, right?
あ
Akiho. That's a famous
あ、
quote.
セリフですよね。
お前ら
Come on,
みんなに
folks.
手を
You
振
should
り返
wave
してやれ
back. Hey, we're back.
デュー
But I refuse.
ただいま
We're home.
ね
Hey, big sis.
え、あんなにたくさん
And
の
there's so many
人たち
people
が
here cheering for
うち
us
らに言ってくれてるよ。おかえり。
and they're welcoming us home.
聞こえてたらい
I
いよ。
hope you can hear it too.
姉ちゃんにも。
なあミサネ
Hey, Misane.
俺たちの夢
Our
は
dream.
俺たちのロボ
Our robot.
みんなの希望
It
になって
became
た
the hope of everyone.
みんなの笑
You
顔
protected everyone's
守れ
smiles.
たよ
Nah. Cute. No after credit scene. Okay. That's okay. Robotics Note Stash will be the after credit scene. I say that, but that actually might be the reality. Who knows? Yep, there you go. It's the little Akiho's face in there. Let's see what's an extra. Did we get all the CGs? Let's check the clear list. No, I did get all the CGs. Neat. And I also got all the tips. Also neat. Huh. Have I looked at all the tips, though? I think I did. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, so then did I 100% the game? Maybe. Well, I guess we would have to look at, like, the Steam achievements and whatnot to know for sure. You think I did? Maybe. Well, let's look at... Let's see what Steam says. I do not have all the achievements. I'm missing 7. What am I missing? This would be a lot easier if I actually look at the laptop. Hang on. Okay. I'm actually looking at the laptop instead of just OBS. Input commands perfectly in the final round of Robo 1. Ah, right. Yeah, I didn't do that. Input commands perfectly at the first preliminary round of Robo 1. Input a command on Kill Ballard without making a mistake in a ranked match. Well, you know what? Collect 50 geotags. Yeah, I did not give a shit of the geotags. Replied on typo 100 times. Collect 70 geotags. And I guess this is... yeah, complete Robotics notes. I think that might be about the, achievements rather than just completing the game. But okay, whatever. Inconsequential. These are very achievement huntery achievements, though, so you call it complete. That's fair. Actually, the first game that I apparently 100%ed achievement-wise was, the Taisho Alice epilogue. Like, that was the first game I ever actually 100%ed achievement-wise, and we didn't even try, it just happened. So, found that kind of entertaining. But yeah, that's it. That's Robotics Notes Elite. Given the fact that I felt so horrible last night, I am glad I decided to save the rest of that for today, frankly. Ugh. I would have been perishing, because it's already been like almost 3 hours. Like, granted, that's also like 15 minutes again on top of the like usual, already on top of the 15-minute pause time, and then also trying to explain 2 weeks worth of robotics notes happenings to Peachy to catch her up at least a bit before we finish it up. This was fun though. I find it interesting that, like, compared to other like science adventure games, mainline ones specifically, that it's started wholesome and remained wholesome for the most part. Like, there was definitely dark moments, of course, but it was definitely more of like behind the scenes still, even when it did catch up to them for that final fight and whatnot. So I do think that's kind of nice and refreshing, because, yeah, Okabe goes through it in Steins Gate, in Steins Gate 0. Fucker has a therapist in 0. And Chaos had a self-explanatory. But I am interested to see what Steins Gate, not Steins Gate, wow, I started talking about Steins Gate. I was like, yep, that's what we're talking about. No, Robotics Notes Dash. I look forward to see what that like does, especially since Daru will be there in person with the group in Tanegashima, presumably. So it'll be interesting to see like how he gets roped into things and why he's there in the first place. It should be shorter based off of how long to beat, so we should start off with a whole chapter phase, whatever I decide to call it, for the playthrough from the get-go. Unlike with this one, because a phase was 6 hours, and yeah, that shouldn't be the case this time, thankfully. Because I like to do the whole chapter in one go. I feel like that's a pretty good pace for things, so... But, let me look at the guide for Dash, because I'm gonna have that up anyways. Okay, it seems like instead of having, like, phases, at least for the names of the things, it's actually just the name of the chapter, which very much so gives, it gives Lunar Peanut, Phanogram, and Steins Gate 0. So, that's interesting. It'd be interesting to see what happens then. Yeah, I don't really have any expectations. I do see that the guide for Dash in general is a lot shorter than Elite was, so kind of really goes into the fact that it will be a shorter game, just in general. But yeah, I really don't know what to expect, frankly, from it. I expect it to be still overwhelmingly wholesome overall, like this game was, which will make going into Chaos Child so much fun. It'll be so fun going right back into the despairs of the Chaos Child. I guess not really back into Child specifically, but like, you get what I mean. We kind of know what to expect somewhat in terms of tone for Chaos Child because of Chaos Head, which I'm really eager for, but like, it's gonna be a little bit whiplashy. I haven't fully decided what I'm gonna do next Saturday specifically, but I will be doing filler for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, because later we'll be finishing Zero Escape, so that will be interesting as well. Man, I don't think I really have any other words to say about Elite, just because, like, the game kind of wrapped itself up pretty smoothly, so if I end up having other further thoughts, I'll definitely go ahead and share that in the Discord. Kinajimako saying that more of him will possibly pop up is ominous, and I think that will definitely be relevant in Dash, but I don't know how. If you guys have any thoughts you would like to share about Robotics Notes, definitely go ahead and share that in the Discord in the Science Adventure series section. Yeah, that'll do it. I will catch you all again later, hopefully, especially if you want to build your stream streaks. Thanks for joining, and I'll catch you all later. Bye-bye!